Is in the jury box. Belated good morning to you all. I'm sorry for the delay, but there were some matters that required the attorneys and I to discuss them in more detail than I had anticipated, but we're now finished with that and we're now ready to proceed with the testimony. Before I do that, let me ask the jurors here in the Erik Menendez jury, whether or not any of you have seen or read or heard of anything about this case in the news media or anywhere else since the trial started. Anybody? Okay. All right, then the people may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People called Craig Cignarelli.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth and nothing but God? When you speak to me,
Craig Cignarelli.
spell your last name.
Cignarelli.
All right, just sit back and relax. And perhaps we can have the microphone adjusted a little bit for him. You need that, okay. All right, we'll just hold it. Okay, we're ready to proceed. Mr. Goodrow.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cignarelli, do you know the defendant in this case, Erik Menendez?
Yes.
And when did you first meet him?
My junior year in high school, his sophomore year, which was 1987, I believe.
And what were the circumstances of your meeting him?
We were, he came to the school and he was a tennis player, and I found out he was a tennis player and knew he was going to be on the team. And I walked up and met him, and we became buddies almost instantly.
Were you also a tennis player?
Yes.
Were you the captain of the team?
Yes.
And what year was that?
1988.
So you struck up a friendship with Erik Menendez?
Correct.
What sorts of activities would you do with Erik Menendez besides the actual tennis practices?
We'd go to tournaments together. We'd go up in the hills and talk about, sorry. Talk about dreams for the future, plans for business opportunities and girls, everything.
When you say you go up to the hills, what do you mean by that? Where
We used to drive up into the hills, a place we used to have which looked over the ocean and the valleys, and just kind of get away from everything that was happening in society and try to dream of a better ideology for the future.
Where was this location?
Up off Mulholland, up in the hills.
Can you be a little bit more specific as to where this?
Up Stunt Road and a dirt hill about 150 paces off the road.
How often would you go with Erik Menendez to this location?
I don't know, several times during the years we knew each other, probably 10 times, 15 times.
You indicated that you discussed business aspirations.
Correct.
What sorts of aspirations did Erik Menendez relate to you?
Well, we wanted to start a company which was multifaceted and dealt in inventions and screenwriting and I hate to use the analogy, but similar to a Billionaire Boys Club type thing with
Your Honor, I would
everything.
object to move to strike. It has to approach.
The objection is sustained, the answer is stricken, the entire answer is stricken, and the jury is admonished to disregard it, which means you should not pay any attention to the answer and disregard it, and you may re-ask the question if the question approaches.
Without giving this business a name, what sort of business was it?
Multifaceted corporation.
In dealing in what?
Just about everything. stocks, inventions, screenplays, corporate takeovers, anything we could do to develop our status in society.
Would you say that you had a very close friendship with Erik Menendez?
Yeah, we were best friends for 2.5 years.
From 1987 to 1989?
Correct. Well, yeah.
At some point, Erik Menendez moved to Beverly Hills.
Correct. Yeah.
And at that point, when Erik Menendez moved to Beverly Hills, where were you staying?
I was in Santa Barbara going to school.
At UC Santa Barbara?
UC Santa Barbara. Yeah.
So you indicated that you're a year older than
Correct.
Erik Menendez. Did you see Erik Menendez at the Beverly Hills house?
Yes. Went down there a couple times.
Did you have any information about Erik's plans to be an actor?
Yeah, well, we used to write the screenplays with the intent of him becoming an actor. And he said he won Best Actor in Drama at his high school.
Your Honor, move to strike.
Objection is sustained after yes. Everything else in the answer is stricken as non-responsive.
Did he indicate to you that he had taken a class at Beverly Hills High School?
Yes.
And did he indicate anything further to you about his acting aspirations?
Your Honor, I would object to this whole line of testimony for being irrelevant.
Objection overruled, but can we go back to what class it is that you're referring to, Mr. Kuriyama?
What class did Erik Menendez indicate to you that he took at Beverly Hills High School?
Well, several, but a drama class, I believe, is
With
what you're looking
respect,
for.
with respect to the drama class, did he indicate to you that he had won an award for acting?
He said he won the Best Acting Award in Drama.
At some point in August of 1989, did you become aware of the deaths of Jose and Mary Menendez?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of the deaths?
I got a phone call from one of my old tennis coaches. He called me in the morning and asked if
I would object, Your Honor, as hearsay.
All right, the objection is sustained, but the answer will stand. He has answered the question, and you may ask your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. After learning of the deaths of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez, did you take any steps to contact Erik Menendez?
yes,
What did you do?
called him that day.
And did you actually talk to Erik Menendez?
No, I got the answering machine.
Did you at some point thereafter have phone contact with Erik Menendez?
He had a friend call me back, and then I spoke with him. He had a friend call me back.
Okay, and after this friend called you back, did you have a phone conversation with Erik Menendez?
I don't believe so.
Sometime later, did you have a phone conversation with Erik Menendez?
I don't recall.
Did you at some point actually meet with Erik Menendez sometime shortly after the deaths of his parents?
Yes,
One of the questions you didn't know.
Overruled. Overruled.
yes, about a week and a half after.
And would you describe for the jurors what took place? Did you actually go to his house?
I went down to the Beverly Hills house and was there as a best friend just to kind of hang out with him, make sure everything was okay.
Objection not responsible. Strike.
Overruled, the answer will stand.
Now, when you went to the Menendez home in Beverly Hills, who was there when you arrived?
When I arrived, Erik and several security guards.
Do you recall how many security guards there were?
No, several.
Were they carrying guns?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall what day of the week it was that you went to see Erik Menendez shortly after the killings?
I think it was a Friday.
Do you recall anything noteworthy that occurred on that first day that you were there Were there any visitors to the Menendez house when you were there?
Yeah, there was somebody who came to look at the computer upstairs.
Do you recall, was it a male or a female?
It was a male with a pregnant wife.
Did did Erik talk to this person, this computer person?
Yes, we both did.
Now, at some point, did the person actually go to a computer?
Yeah, he went to the computer in the parents' bedroom.
What did you and Erik do at that time?
We were with him.
Went upstairs as well?
Yes.
Upstairs, was there a conversation between yourself and Erik Menendez?
A little bit, yes.
Do you recall what was being discussed?
We were talking about a will that the computer guy was looking for.
Erik Menendez told you that?
Yes.
Did he say anything else about a will?
He said that his brother had someone come up and erase a family will, or had a computer expert come up and erase the family will, and that he knew that if it's not professionally done, that there's still access inside the computer, and that's why he was having this guy come up and try to find it.
Did you know that it was Carlos Menendez, a relative, who hired that particular computer expert?
No.
Objection is sustained as to the form of the questions under who you're referring to and the answer is given.
Okay. Mr. Cignarelli, did you actually know who had hired this particular expert that you saw that day?
That day,
Yes. Do you know?
Erik said that he had somebody come up. I don't know for sure who hired him, no.
Now, during the course of this expert accessing the computer, what other conversation took place between you and Erik Menendez?
He explained that the will, the original will that this expert was looking for was supposed to be the one that his father was retyping. It's the old will, he said, left all the money to the kids, and that this new will that he had thought Lyle had erased was supposed to leave some money to the company, some money to the kids, and some money to somewhere else. I don't remember who.
Did he express an interest in seeing whether or not it was still on the computer?
Yes.
will? Do you remember approximately how long it was that the computer expert and his pregnant wife were there?
Couple hours probably.
Now, this day that the computer expert came, was that the first day that you had been with Erik Menendez
Right, correct.
after the killings?
Correct.
What happened after the computer expert left? What did you and Erik do?
Just hung out at the house. I don't know if it was that day or the next day that we went out to lunch.
Okay, did you actually spend the night at Erik Menendez's house?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you spend the entire weekend over there?
I don't recall if I spent, I know I spent one night. I don't remember on the second one.
Okay, so would that have been a Friday night that you spent there?
Correct.
Into the next day, the Saturday following?
Right.
At some point during your visit with Erik Menendez, did he ever talk about the killings?
Yes.
Would you describe for the jurors what he told you and what the circumstances were, where you were?
We were walking, do you have a diagram? We were in the foyer.
And this is Exhibit 6, is that right?
Mr. Cignarelli, directing your attention to Exhibit 6. Do you recognize what's depicted in that diagram, sir?
Yes, bottom level. Menendez house.
And you've been over to that house.
Yes.
Would you describe where you were when Erik Menendez explained to you what happened?
Yes.
appointed? Okay,
It's in between the entryway and the family room. So the foyer, I guess you call it.
Yes, Your Honor.
The witness has pointed to an area which is just above where the stairs are designated, in front of the family room as well as the dining room. Is that your?
Correct.
Now, were you both standing there?
Yes.
Was there anyone else there?
Well, the security guards may have been there. Outside, yes. But we're not in the present area.
What did he tell you about?
He said, "Do you want to know how it happened?" And I said yes, and I wasn't really sure where we're going with it. And do I have to talk into the mic?
It would be better if you did.
All right. Does it come out?
You're talking this one.
He said that he was coming home from. He was coming home.
Just tell us what was said.
He said he was coming home from a movie, and that he was going inside to get his ID, fake ID, to go out to the bars. And he said he went inside and he came back.
I would object to the witness using the conflict.
Objection sustained. You don't have to tell us what was shown to you on a diagram. Just tell us what was said. Okay?
He said that he went back outside and his brother was standing there with 2 shotguns and said, "Let's do it." And they walked inside, and Lyle was standing, or Erik went up to the door on the left, which was slightly open, and the door on the right, Lyle went up and put his shoulder against the door on the right. And Erik said he looked in and saw his parents sitting on the couch, and Lyle swung the door open and shot his father and looked at Erik and said, "Shoot, Mom." And Erik said he shot his mom as she was standing up and yelling.
What was he doing at this point? Was he emotional at this point, or was it matter of fact? Could you describe for the jurors how he related this story?
Just probably a little less nervous than I just did. Casual and kind of a low tone of voice. Just in conversation tone.
Did he, at that point, tell you that they were shotguns, or did he just say guns?
Just guns.
Did he indicate to you where Lyle was with these guns?
Outside.
So it's your understanding that they came from the outside and came back inside and then entered the family room?
Correct.
What else did he tell you about this, what happened that night?
That was it. We just went on with conversation after that.
What other topics did you discuss that night?
I don't really remember. I think we played a game of chess after that sometime. And we had dinner. Someone brought over dinner. And I don't remember, really.
Did Erik Menendez ever tell you that he acted in self-defense?
No.
Objection overruled. The answer will stand.
Did he ever tell you that he was being abused by his parents?
No.
Sometime after this night, or this weekend, did you have further conversations with Erik Menendez?
Yes.
And in those further conversations after this one, did he indicate to you anything that was inconsistent with his statement to you that he and Lyle killed their parents?
No, I'm going to object to the further question.
Objection sustained. Conclusion on part of the witness.
Did Erik Menendez ever tell you that other people were involved in the killing of his parents?
I'm going to object again, Your Honor, it's to leaving.
Overall.
You may answer.
He didn't say that other people were involved. He said they thought they were involved, that somebody else did it, and that. You want me to keep going?
Who, for example, according to Erik Menendez?
He said he thought it might be mob related or someone from the company.
Times when this occurred.
Yes. Do you recall approximately when this was that you had these further conversations with Erik Menendez?
We went out to dinner one night at Gladstones a couple months after.
Was that November 29th of 1989?
I don't recall the exact date.
Did you meet with the police shortly before that conversation of November 29th, 1989? Did you meet with Detective Zoller?
Yes.
Was that approximately November 17th of 1989?
I don't know for sure. It was, shortly before.
And did you give Detective Zoller certain information that you had received from Erik Menendez?
Yes.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor, to strike hearsay no foundation.
Objection overruled. The actual statement.
Did you, prior to the November 29th, 1989 conversation, make arrangements with the Beverly Hills Police Department to wear a body wire at a meeting that you would have with Erik Menendez?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, wear a body wire for the conversation which took place on November 29th, 1989 at Gladstones restaurant in
Yes.
Malibu? Mr. Cignarelli, on the date that the computer expert came with his pregnant wife, and you had a conversation with Erik Menendez, did Erik Menendez indicate to you when it was that Lyle Menendez had someone erase the computer?
He indicated, but I don't remember.
In which high school was it that you met Erik Menendez?
At Calabasas High School.
And this location that you and Erik Menendez would go to talk about things, what city was that in?
I think Calabasas. It's up in the hills. What's now Calabasas?
Thank you. I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Cignarelli, you're a student now at the University of California, Santa Barbara,
Correct.
and you began your studies there, I take it, in the fall of 1988.
Correct.
You were a year ahead of Erik at Calabasas High School.
Correct.
Now, when Erik, do you recall what month it was and what year it was when you first met Erik at Calabasas?
No, I remember it was his sophomore year, my junior year.
Okay, and the school year begins, does it not, in September?
Correct.
Do you think you met him in the fall semester of your junior year?
Don't recall, actually.
When does the tennis team start practicing at Calabasas? What time of year?
February?
And therefore, if someone new was coming to the school who was qualified to be on the team, would he actually get to meet the team members in practice before February, or is February when it would begin?
Well, on February is when the actual tennis team begins, but you could meet people beforehand at the tennis club or just playing on practice courts outside.
Now, when you say the tennis club, is that the school's tennis club or is that a private tennis club in the neighborhood?
Private tennis club in the neighborhood.
And was there a particular tennis club that both you and Erik went to and played at?
Yes, Calabasas.
Okay, now you tend to talk very fast, so try to slow down. Calabasas Tennis Club, right?
Yes.
And was that a place where a number of the members of the Calabasas High School tennis team played after school?
Yes.
And do you think it's there or at school that you first met Erik?
I believe it was at school.
And when you first met him, I believe you said you heard that he was a tennis player and that he was likely to be on the team?
Yes.
Are the members of the team ranked? Like, is there a number 1 player, a number 2 player, etc.?
Yes.
At the time when you first met Erik, before he actually played on the team, what was your ranking?
I think, number 1 doubles. They rank him in singles and doubles, and then the order rotates depending on how the other schools rank their players.
Okay, were you ever number 1 singles?
I don't believe so. I might have played a few matches at that, but I don't believe so.
Was Erik ever number 1 singles?
After he went to join the team, yeah.
Was he always
After he joined the team, yes.
Was he always number 1 singles after he joined the team for as long as he was at Calabasas?
No.
Was there a time when he injured his foot and couldn't play for the team?
I believe so, yes.
And of course, if you can't play, you can't be number 1 singles, I take it.
Correct. You can still hold the ranking, but you can't play the position.
Right. So you would see Erik at the tennis club and at school, I take it, and then the two of you would do things apart from those activities together.
Correct.
Were you in any classes with Erik?
No, he was a junior. I was a senior. Or a sophomore and junior. We were a year apart.
And did you receive tennis coaching outside of school?
Not on a consistent basis.
Were you familiar with the coaches at the Calabasas Tennis Club?
Yes.
Do you know a coach from there named Doug Doss?
Yes.
And did Erik appear to know Doug Doss?
Yes.
I think you indicated that you went to tennis tournaments with Erik. Was that team tournaments?
No, well, yes, team tournaments and regular USTA tournaments, which are just for California rankings.
Okay, let's define a few things. USTA is the United States Tennis Association.
Correct.
And certain players, without getting into the details, whether they play on school teams or not, can compete in USTA-sponsored tennis tournaments all over the country.
Correct.
And Erik played in tournaments in California, USTA tournaments in California.
That's right.
Did you?
Yes.
Now, did you ever observe Erik's parents at any of the tennis tournaments?
Yes.
Did you ever observe his father screaming on the tennis court?
You mean at the tournaments, on the court, or just from
Well,
the
let's break
sidelines?
it down. First of all, did you ever see his father emotional or screaming at the tournaments?
Not screaming, but saying you need to do better.
Being critical of Erik?
Yes.
And did you see his father on tennis courts not part of tournaments when Erik was playing?
Yes.
And did you ever see him screaming on those occasions?
Not screaming, no.
What would you see?
Just criticizing and pushing him to do better, like most parents.
So your experience is most parents criticize and push their kids to do better. Is that what you're saying?
Most parents push their kids to do better, yes.
Do most parents criticize in front of other people?
Around Calabasas, yes.
Tough parents in Calabasas.
All right, council, let's get editorial lines. No question. Comment, council.
Did you, just a moment. Were there other friends that were on the tennis team that were mutual friends of yours and Erik's?
Yes.
And was one of those people a young man named Stephen Einbinder?
Yes.
Who were the others?
John List, Mark Lipsky, Jason Kikugawa, Steve Davis, Jason Nettleman.
Now, were you friends, apart from being tennis co-teammates with these young men, were you friends with any of them, any special friend with any of them?
Sure. Yes.
And who among them were your special friends? All of them?
All of them. Yeah. I mean, we all went out to dinner all the time and we're just as a team.
Now, when you first met Erik, you think it might have been 87, the spring semester, rather than 86, the fall semester?
It might have been. Yeah.
Okay. When you first met him, did he have a girlfriend?
Not that I remember. No.
Did he ultimately have a girl named Kirsten?
Yes.
And was she a tennis player also?
Yes. At Thousand Oaks.
Not at Calabasas High School.
No.
But she was at the tennis club, wasn't she?
That's correct. Yeah.
You said that you and Erik went to tournaments together. Did you travel together or did you just wind up at the same tournaments?
We wound up at the same tournaments and we probably went to a couple together, traveling together.
Did your family travel with you to tournaments?
My mom did once in a while.
Did Erik's family travel with him?
I think once in a while.
About the same?
I don't know. I went to play.
Okay, so you weren't noticing whose parents were there or
No.
whose family members?
Not really, no.
Now, you said you and Erik also spent some time during the course of your friendship dreaming of the future.
Correct.
What did you want to do with your future?
I still have intentions of embarking.
No, I want you to understand the question. I'm not asking you now. I'm saying going back in time then to 87, 88, when you knew Erik, what were your dreams then for the future?
Like I said, I still have intentions of embarking upon a political career. Back then, it was also having a side hobby, writing law screenplays, and definitely going to law school and hopefully practicing for a couple years before politics.
So your ambitions then, which are quite lofty, are your ambitions now.
That's correct.
In fact, I think it's your goal to be in the U.S. Senate.
That's correct.
You are, however, majoring at the moment in film, are you not?
Not at the moment. I've completed my film major.
So you have been a film major at UC Santa Barbara for what, 4 years now?
Well, I mean, I've been in school. I'm going into my 6th year now because I took some time off.
Okay.
But I did my film major for my political commercials.
And was it, or is it your intention to act in those political commercials?
What do you mean act? I mean,
Appear in them yourself?
definitely.
Did you take any drama classes when you were in high school?
No.
As part of your film major, did you take any classes in screenwriting or creative writing?
I've taken, or I started taking a screenwriting class as an independent study project, but I stopped when I had to drop out of school. But most of it is done on the side with friends and just, creating until I get out of school and get through my law school, and then I'd like to really learn how it's done.
Now, you also told us that one of the things that you and Erik talked about by way of dreams of the future was a multi-dimensional company that did a lot of different things.
Correct.
Now, you were planning at that time when you talked to Erik, of course, to go to college, were you not?
That's correct.
And so was Erik.
That's right.
And what colleges was Erik talking about going to back when you were still students in Calabasas?
Back east, Princeton, or one of the Ivy Leagues.
And was there, in fact, a friend of Erik's who graduated the same year you did, who wound up going to an Ivy League school back east? A fellow named Pierce, Andy Pierce.
Is Brown Ivy League?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And so that's true, there was such a friend?
Yes.
And didn't Erik talk about his wanting to go to Brown as well?
I don't recall. He just said he wanted to go Ivy League.
I take it, Mrs. Cignarelli, in your conversations about your future and these shared conversations with Erik, there was no discussion of not going to college. There was a discussion of college and then career, correct?
That's correct. Well, college, but career would go on during college.
Okay.
At least plans and connections.
Like doing creative things with your friends on the side.
That's correct.
You graduated from Calabasas High School in June of 1988.
That's right.
And you started school at UC Santa Barbara in September of 1988.
That's correct.
And Erik, meanwhile, moved from a rented house in Calabasas to the house in Beverly Hills in the fall of 1988.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Were you in town when the family actually moved, or had you already gone up to school?
I think I'd already gone to school.
And do you recall how long after Erik moved to Beverly Hills that you first set eyes on the Beverly Hills house?
No.
So you have no idea whether it was days, weeks, months, or years?
It was probably months.
And do you recall, just without telling us for the moment, but do you recall the very first time you ever saw the Beverly Hills house after Erik had moved there? Do you remember what time of day it was, who you were with?
No, not the first time, no.
Can you, in your mind, picture the first time you went there?
No.
You told Mr. Kuriyama that you saw Erik at the Beverly Hills house a couple of times.
That's correct.
Is that before his parents were killed or after?
I think I saw him before and after.
A couple of times before, or one time before and one time after?
I don't know to be exact. I think a couple of times before, I believe, but I'm not sure.
Not sure. Do you ever remember before his parents died being inside the Beverly Hills house?
I think I walked into the, just into the entryway once. That was about it. I don't remember walking around the house.
And on that one occasion when you think you just walked into the entryway, did you see Erik? Was he the person who let you in?
I don't know if he used to let me in. I remember seeing him. Yeah, he came to the entryway.
Okay. Did you see, well, were you by yourself or was there someone?
No, I was with Steve Aimbutter.
And Erik came to the entryway. Did he leave with the two of you or did you stay there? I mean,
Yeah, we got in his father's car. All three of us.
okay. Now, apart from, that's something that happened at night. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Apart from that time, do you recall any other time that you were at Erik's house in Beverly Hills before his parents were killed?
Not that I recall. I don't know. I mean, like I said, we were best friends. We saw each other, all over the place. I don't remember being exactly down there.
Well, you saw a good deal more of each other when Erik was still living in Calabasas and you were going to high school together than after you graduated,
Sure.
correct? And in fact, you told the police on August 24th, 1989, in their first interview with you, that you hadn't seen Erik for 6 months before his parents were killed.
That's about right.
And meanwhile, during those 6 months, in fact, during that entire school year, Erik was going to Beverly Hills High School.
That's correct.
And in your talking to him, you learned, did you not, that he had made new friends?
That's correct.
Now, you've testified that, excuse me, that Erik told you about a drama class that he took at Beverly Hills High School.
That's right.
Did he tell you that drama is a required course at Beverly Hills High School?
No.
And do you know when it was that he told you about being in a drama class?
I think it was while we were down there, or while I went down there after the murders.
Okay, after his parents were killed,
After his parents
during
were
that
killed.
discussion?
I believe so. I mean, it might have been after that even. It was during that weekend, probably.
I'm sorry.
It was during that weekend, probably.
So would it be fair to say, Mr. Cignarelli, that until that weekend and over the preceding 6 months, you really knew very little about what Erik was doing?
No, because I'd heard from friends.
But from him directly?
From him directly, no.
Now, was it also during that weekend that you think Erik told you he had won some sort of award?
Yes,
Did he tell you about winning one award? Oh, this was a school award, I take it.
that's right. It was the drama Best Actor Award for Beverly Hills High School drama.
That's what he told you.
That's what he said.
Okay. Did he tell you about winning one award or more than one award from Beverly Hills High School?
Just that one.
Did you understand this to be a seniors award? Like, the senior class gets, best looking, best legs, best actor, most likely to succeed, that sort of thing?
No, I thought it was the theatrical award for the school.
Okay. Now, someone called you and you learned that Erik's parents had been killed.
That's correct.
And was it that same day that you tried to reach Erik?
Yes,
You left a message on an answering machine, but some third party called you back.
that's correct.
And you don't recall who that third party was who called you back.
No.
What is the next contact you either initiated or actually had with Erik after that?
We talked before I went down there for the weekend.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. How'd that come about?
I don't know if it was a phone or it was probably a phone call. I don't remember.
And you don't remember if it was from you to him or from him to you?
That's right.
Did you attend the memorial service for his parents in Los Angeles?
No.
Did you know when that was?
Yes.
When was it?
I don't remember the exact date now, but at the time I knew I was supposed to go and I didn't.
How many days after you heard that the parents were dead was that memorial service?
I don't recall.
And how many days after that memorial service was it that you went and spent the weekend with Erik?
I don't recall. I know I spent that weekend. It was the end of August.
Okay, but my question is, do you know how long after the memorial service it
No.
was? And do you know where Erik was after the memorial service?
No. Oh, he was staying in a hotel.
He was staying in a hotel after the memorial service?
That's what I believe I remember hearing, yes.
Well, did you hear it from Erik?
No.
Okay. And is it your understanding that he stayed at the hotel and then he went back to the house where you spent the weekend with him?
That's correct.
So you didn't know anything whatsoever about his having gone to New Jersey, I take it?
Not that I remember, no.
And you don't have any information about how long he was gone, do you?
No.
And I take it that after his parents were killed, but before you spent the weekend there, you had no contact with the members of his family from New Jersey who were here in Los Angeles.
That's correct.
Now, I take it is your testimony that this conversation that you had with Erik, where he gave you information about the killing of his parents, took place at the end of August.
I believe it was the end of August, or well, it was a week and a half after it all happened, about a week and a half.
Okay. How do you know it was a week and a half?
Just How do I know? And that's when it was. That's what I remember it being.
And you've always remembered it being then, is that what you're saying?
No, I never knew the exact date, but I knew it was shortly after.
And you've always known it was shortly after?
Yes.
Okay. On November 17th, 1989, did you meet with Detective Zoller, gentleman at the council table, at a Baker's Square restaurant near the University of California, Santa Barbara?
I remember meeting at Baker Square. Like I said, I don't remember the exact date. It was 4
Okay.
years ago.
But does November sound about right?
It's about right, yeah.
And during the course of that meeting with Detective Zoller, did you mention for the first time that Erik Menendez had talked to you about the killing of his parents?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And do you recall telling Detective Zoller during that interview in November that Erik told you about the death of his parents during a weekend that you spent with Erik at his house?
Yes,
And do you further remember telling Detective Zoller that you spent that weekend with Erik at his house 1 month ago, October 21st and 22nd? Do you remember telling him that?
but I also remember saying that I can't be sure of the exact date that I was there.
So you weren't always sure that it was a week and a half later, were you?
No.
So what has happened since November 17th, 1989, months after the parents were killed, and now, years after, to change your impression of when the conversation with Erik occurred,
I've seen some of the written reports
of other
Of-
witnesses?
of my statements to the police and to the DA, and that had dates that the reports were taken, so it helped my memory.
Okay, but none of those, they didn't tell you, did they, the district attorneys who interviewed you or the police who interviewed you? They didn't tell you when that weekend was with Erik, did they?
No, I told them when the weekend was, and they gave me the exact date.
Well, how would they know when the weekend was, Mr. Cignarelli? They weren't there.
Well, I said I believe it was because I said the computer expert came up, and they found the date where the computer expert was at the house, and I guess
And
they put
so
those
then-
two together.
I see. So you're putting your story together to match when the computer person came up. Is that what you mean?
Well, I'm not putting my story together. You can twist my words, but I'm just telling the truth. The computer expert was there when I was there, and I mean they found the
And they
date for
told
me
you,
exactly.
but-
That's right.
But on November 17th, 1989, you thought the conversation had been 1 month and not 3 months before that. Is that right?
That's correct. No, it would have been 2 months, wouldn't it? Or 2.5.
And in fact, in that first statement that you gave to Detective Zoller, you didn't mention anything at all about a computer expert being there.
The first statement was August 24th, and I hadn't
first
seen
statement.
Erik yet.
And I'm not talking about seeing Erik. I'm talking about November 17th, 1989.
That's right.
Tell me about the computer expert, Mr. Cignarelli. What did he look like?
I don't remember. I remember that he had a pregnant wife. That was about it.
Well, I could tell you there was a computer
Council,
expert.
let's not argue with the witness. Ask a question.
It was a man?
Yes, it was a man.
What was his race or ethnic background?
I believe he was white.
And how old was he?
Maybe 30 something. I don't know. I didn't ask.
Well, what did he look like?
I really don't remember.
What about the wife? What did she look like?
She had a big stomach.
What color hair did she have?
I don't recall.
How old was she?
I don't recall.
And you said that they stayed at the house for about 2 hours?
That's about right. Yeah.
And what did the computer expert do during those 2 hours?
He was toying with the computer, trying to find what Erik said was a will, and he was going through all the files And I think I still remember this. I don't know why, but
Well, just before, if you're going to tell us something that was said, just ask you another question. Did you hear the computer
Finish your answer describing what the computer man was doing?
was
no.
doing? Okay, well, you can go on describing what he was doing.
He was playing with the computer and he looked into a file of trees. I don't know. And supposedly trees was a word that Erik said might have correlated to the will. And he was searching all the files.
Was he finding any files?
He was finding files, but he wasn't finding what he was looking for. Not that I remember anyway.
And did you overhear the computer expert telling Erik anything about the disk being wiped or erased?
I don't recall.
Was there a time when Erik was in the room alone with the computer expert?
Not that I remember.
So you were always with him.
I believe so. Yeah.
And you don't remember the expert ever saying anything about the disk being wiped or cleaned or anything like that?
Not that I remember, no.
And where was the wife while you and Erik and the computer expert were in the room for 2 hours?
She was sitting right next to him.
And she stayed there all that time?
I think she might have gone to the bathroom once.
But that was all?
I think so, yeah.
Now, Mr. Cignarelli, was this occasion, this Friday, when you were at the Beverly Hills house, the first time that you had actually walked around the house?
Yes.
Tell me how you came to be at the house that day.
What do you mean? How I came to be there?
How did you get there? What time did you get there? Where were you coming from?
I don't remember. I mean, it was 4 years ago. I'm sure I drove down there.
And you said that there was a telephone conversation, you believe, between yourself and Erik before you spent that weekend. What day was that telephone conversation?
I said it might have been a telephone call. I don't know.
Well, something had to get you there, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you know he was there?
Like I said, I mean, I guess we talked on the phone. I don't remember, but I remember that, he and I were going to meet up. I was going to meet him at the Beverly Hills house.
And do you remember how many days before you met him, you knew you were going to meet him?
No.
Do you recall what time of day you went there?
It was during daylight, probably late morning, early afternoon.
Between 11 and 1? Is that late morning to early afternoon?
Maybe. I don't know.
Are you just guessing?
I'm guessing.
Could it have been late afternoon?
I don't believe so. No, it couldn't have been late afternoon.
And you believe you drove there from your home in the valley?
That's correct.
And when you got there to the house, do you remember getting to the house?
No.
Do you remember getting into the house?
Yes.
And how'd you get in?
We went in through the front door because security guard was standing outside, I remember.
All right, there was a security guard standing outside the door when you got to the house.
That's right.
And did you have any contact with that person?
Yeah, I think just hello or,
And he let you in?
Yeah. Erik said who I was.
Well, how did Erik get there?
I don't know. I wasn't with him. I mean, I remember he and I walked in the front door and Erik looked at the security guard and said, "It's okay." And I'm like, "Hey," and that was it.
Well, was Erik outside when you got to the house?
I believe so, yes.
Waiting for you?
I don't know if he was waiting or talking to the security guard or...
So he was outside, you pull up, and he goes into the house with you.
That's right.
Okay. And was the computer person already there?
No.
So how much later does the computer person show up?
I don't know exactly.
Minutes? Hours?
Maybe
Maybe which?
minutes or hours.
So you have
I
no
don't-
idea?
I really don't know.
And what did you do then before the computer person got there?
Just talked, went around the house.
He showed you the house?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And when he was taking you around the house, showing it to you, did he also show you the family room?
Yes.
Did he tell you at that time, this is where my parents were killed?
Yes.
Did he tell you at that time what the scene looked like when he came back and saw his parents after they were dead?
I believe so, yes.
And that's when he described some grisly details about how horrible the room looked?
No, not, I mean, he said there was skin and blood all over the place.
You don't consider that grisly?
I consider it grisly,
Okay.
but I just want to clarify that that's not when he told me exactly what happened.
No, this is when
Okay.
he's just describing what that room looked like.
Right.
When he saw the bodies in the room after
Right.
they were dead.
That's correct.
And that's when he describes that there was this body parts and things like
That's
that.
correct.
Okay. Now, that is not the same occasion on which he led you to believe that he and his brother had done it.
That's correct.
It's now your belief that that occasion happened the next day,
No, I'm saying that happened in the evening.
the evening of the same day, Friday
Yes,
evening.
That's correct.
And I believe you described on direct examination that when Erik was telling you the conversation in the evening,
Mhm.
he was in a conversational tone of voice, a low voice.
That's correct.
And was that also true when he was describing what the family room looked like with the bodies in it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Just ordinary chatter.
When he did the second one, it was a little lower tone.
And when talking about the first conversation, he's showing you the house and he shows you this room where his parents were killed. Did it bother you to be in that room?
A little bit, yes. Well, it bothered me to be in the house a little bit, but with all the security guards around, it was okay.
Bothered you because you were afraid?
Not afraid, just uncomfortable.
Well, had you suggested to Erik that perhaps you should stay somewhere else?
I don't believe so. No.
And you say you stayed at the house that night. Where did you sleep?
In one of the guest bedrooms.
Upstairs on the second floor.
That's correct.
And Eric's bedroom was up on the second floor also.
That's correct.
In fact, all the bedrooms but the maid's room is on the second floor, if you remember.
That's correct.
Was there a time, Mr. Cignarelli, in August, September of 1989, when you knew that Erik was staying at the home of Casey Whalen and his family?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this weekend that you spent?
I don't recall if it was before or after. Like I said, I'm not sure of dates.
So it could have been before this weekend.
Could have been. I don't know.
Can I inquire, who was it who had that beeper just go off? All right, from now on, when you're in this courtroom, you turn that thing off before you walk in the door, okay?
Thank you. I'm sorry, you said you don't know if it was before or after that he stayed at Casey's.
That's correct.
Did you see him while he was at Casey's?
Yes.
Go by there?
Yes.
Well, let me see if I can understand this. Isn't it true, Mr. Cignarelli, that the time you went to Beverly Hills and Erik showed you the house and the computer guy came, that was the first time you saw him after his parents were killed?
I believe so.
Isn't that what you're telling us?
No, I told you earlier that I'm not sure if it was a phone conversation or we talked about when we were going to meet. So I don't know
That's not what I'm asking. I'm talking about seeing him face to face, person to person. Do you believe that this weekend at Beverly Hills is the first time that you saw him face to face, or do you believe you saw him at Casey's before that?
I don't know if I saw him at Casey's before. I do believe that was the first time at his house. That was the first time I saw him face to face.
Okay, so you think that the trip to his house was the first time you saw him face to face?
I believe so, yes.
Therefore, if you saw him at Casey's, that would have had to have been after this.
That's correct.
You said that Erik was explaining to you that this computer person was looking for a will in the computer that would basically partially disinherit him. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did he make this statement at the same time that the computer person was there, or did he explain all this to you after the computer person had left?
I think he did it while we were there.
And since you were in the same room with the computer person, was it within earshot of the computer person?
It was within earshot, but we were just kind of, the computer person and his wife were sitting there facing the computer, and we were behind him, and we were just kind of talking behind his back anyway.
Okay. But you don't remember him talking to Erik about what he was looking for or what he had found?
What do you mean?
Oh, strike that. Maybe it wasn't clear. When you and Erik were talking about this will that Erik wanted to find, you don't know if you were talking loud enough for the computer person to hear. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you don't recall the computer person reporting to Erik what he had found or not found on the computer?
He was saying, I'm not finding anything.
He says, I'm not finding anything.
Right.
Is that right? Now,
I mean, I can't quote that exactly. I remember,
something to that effect.
Right.
Now, do you remember Erik talking on the telephone to anyone about what the computer expert was doing while the computer expert was still there?
No.
Do you know who Carlos Menendez is?
I haven't met him, but Erik said he's his uncle.
Okay. Do you recall, Erik, while you're there and the computer expert is there, having a telephone conversation in which Erik is upset?
No.
To the best of your recollection, are you saying there was no phone conversation by Erik during the time the computer person was there?
To the best of my recollection, I don't recall a phone conversation.
Okay.
I'm not going to say there wasn't one.
But you don't remember one?
That's correct.
Now, it's your testimony that after the expert left, you hung out at the house, right? That Friday night?
That's right.
And from what the prosecution has told you about the computer expert, you now believe that that Friday night was September 1st. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And during that evening of that Friday night, did Erik talk to you about what he had been doing the previous week and a half?
Not that I remember. Like I said, I don't remember what was said after. We talked about the killing of his parents.
I'm not talking about after. I'm talking even about before.
No.
Well, what time was it that night when Erik talked to you about the killing of his parents? Well, strike that. What time was it earlier that day when he talked to you about finding his parents in the family room?
I don't recall.
Was it before the computer expert came?
I believe so, yes.
When he was first showing you through the house?
I believe so.
Now, this other conversation happens Friday night.
That's right.
And you stayed at the house all evening? You didn't go out for a pizza, to the movies, or to...
No,
Pick up girls.
dinner was brought in.
Who brought it in?
I think her name was Jade or JD.
A friend of Eric's?
That's right.
And was it before dinner or after dinner that you had this conversation about killing the parents?
I think it was after.
Now, what had brought you and Erik to the area of the foyer in front of the doors to the family room? The place at which you say he began this conversation?
I don't know. We were walking around the house and the bottom floor, like I said. I mean, we played chess in the living room. We're pretty much all over downstairs.
And why were you there that weekend, Mr. Cignarelli?
Just try to help him out. I mean, his parents had just died, and I was going as a best friend
So
to
you
make
went
sure everything
there,
was okay.
You went there to console him?
Mhm.
Did he need consoling?
I don't know. I mean, he seemed a little down, but pretty normal.
Seemed down but normal. Was down normal for him?
No, I said a little bit down, but people have their bad moods, or sometimes you're not up and outgoing, and like
Yeah.
for me, this would be down right now.
We weren't talking about you, though. We were talking about Erik.
I
He
understand
did
that, but
seem
I'm trying to
down.
give you an example of how personalities are.
Mm-hmm. So you felt you were doing him some good by being there with him that weekend?
That's correct.
Was Lyle there?
No,
Did you know if Lyle was even in Los Angeles?
I don't know.
Now, if I understand what you're saying, Erik tells you that he comes home from being out someplace. Is that right?
Mhm.
And he's out someplace with his brother.
That's correct.
And he comes home because he wants to get some ID, overage ID, so he can go to bars.
That's correct.
And he goes inside the house to get the ID.
Mm-hmm.
He then goes outside,
Mm-hmm.
where he is greeted by his brother, who is holding 2 guns.
That's right.
And his brother says to him, "Let's do it."
That's right.
And he then proceeds to, I take it, take one of these guns and go
Yes.
into the family room and kill his parents.
That's correct.
Is that a story that made sense to you when you heard it, Mr. Cignarelli?
What do you mean made sense?
Does it make sense to you that someone would say, "Let's do it," and on the strength of that, someone else would kill his parents?
Are you asking now, does it make sense?
No,
or
then.
Then?
Then, did it make sense to you?
I wasn't sure if I believed it.
Now, you didn't ask Erik, why did you do it? Did
That's
you?
right. No. I know everybody comments about that.
I'd move to strike that, Your Honor. There was no question.
All right,
pending.
the last remark is stricken, and the jury is admonished to disregard it.
You just ask you this. Did you ask Erik why?
No.
Did you, in fact, ask him any questions to follow up on this story he had just told you?
No.
You first told this story to Detective Zoller during that November 17th meeting at Baker Square, correct?
If it was November 17th, yes.
Okay, why don't we just assume, unless they object, we'll assume
Okay.
this. And when you told him then what Erik had said to you, you told Detective Zoller that Erik said that he actually did not shoot his mother when he walked into the room, that although his brother said, "Shoot Mom," he couldn't do it.
That's right. But no, he did not say he didn't shoot.
Now, let's just take it one line at a time. Okay?
No, I was okay. You said he didn't shoot though.
You told the officers on November 17th that what Erik told you was Lyle was to shoot my dad and I was supposed to shoot my mother. You with me so
correct.
far? We went into the room and Lyle pointed his gun at my dad and shot him. He then went over and shot him in the head.
That's
Is that
correct.
right? I was unable to shoot my mom and she tried to get away.
That's correct.
Lyle shot her too.
That's correct.
After it looked like my mother was dead, I shot her twice with my gun.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is that still what you're telling us was Erik's statement, or has that changed?
I would still say that is the statement, but I'm saying today only the parts which I remember for sure. I don't want to base what I'm saying now on those reports. I'm saying what I recall today.
Well,
And that's why I
this-
left out certain pieces of that, like shooting him in the head. I don't remember today if he said that. And I
Okay.
don't remember today if Erik shot first his mother or Lyle shot his mother first.
Well, but what you testified to today was that Erik shot his mother while she was standing up and screaming, and that's not in this at all, is it?
Counsel, let's not argue with the witness. Ask a question.
Isn't that what you testified to today?
That's correct.
Do you remember that today? Erik shot his mother while she was standing up and screaming.
Yes.
But you saying you didn't remember that on November 17th, 1989?
No, I'm telling you exactly what I remember today.
Okay. But that's not exactly what you remember. Are you, do you, strike that, I'm sorry. Did you remember that on November 17th, 1989, when you gave your first statement to the police?
I don't know.
You do know, however, that you did not tell that to the police on that day.
If it's not in that report, no.
If it's not in that report, you didn't tell
I
them.
didn't tell it.
Okay. Now, you also did tell them, though, on November 17th, that after Erik had told you this story about Lyle and the guns and the let's do it, and that Erik said it could happen.
That's correct.
And
Actually, what I said was it could have happened.
Erik said it could have happened. Could
yes.
have happened.
Yes. That's what I told the police.
Okay.
And
Now, just, there's no question pending, Mr. Cignarelli. We'll give you one. Now, when you heard this story from Erik, you said you weren't sure that you believed it.
That's true.
And isn't that part of the reason why you never asked any questions?
That's true. And that's part of the reason.
And didn't you say to Erik, in fact, when he was telling you this story, I don't believe you. You've got too big a heart.
No,
Never said that.
I don't believe so, no.
So you never told him you didn't believe him.
I don't think I said those words, no.
Well, what words did you say?
I don't believe I ever said I don't believe you or you're lying or anything like that, no.
No, I'm not saying you said he was lying, but did you tell him you thought he was putting you on, pulling your leg, spinning a fantasy, playing mind games?
I don't think so, no.
Now, didn't you guys play mind games with each other all the time?
Yes,
It was an aspect of your friendship, wasn't it?
that's why I said it could have happened to the police because I wasn't sure at the time if what he was telling me the truth, and I did not want to be the one to turn him in.
So you didn't know if he was playing a mind game or not.
That's correct.
And in fact, you did not go to the police with this story. They came back to you on November 17th.
That's correct.
And on November 17th, you told them Erik had told you this story, but you also told them these words, it could have happened, to let them know that maybe it was a mind game. Is that a fair statement of why you said that?
Not to let them know because I was worried. I asked them in that same conversation, I believe, about.
You could just answer the question. No, Your Honor, I'm.
Okay, counsel, let's not argue. The objection is that this is non-responsive, so ask a question.
Okay.
And we'll get an answer.
All right. Now, it's your testimony, is it not, that you told the police that Erik said it could have happened, but Erik didn't really say that to you?
That's correct.
Okay. And you told that to the police that Erik had conditioned this story to you on November 17th.
I guess, okay.
That
Since they
November
didn't object,
at
yes.
the Baker Square. And it wasn't until March 7th of 1990 that you explained to the authorities that Erik hadn't said it could have happened.
That's correct.
When you spoke to the police at Baker Square, was it during that meeting that they asked you to wear a body wire and have a meeting with Erik that they could record?
I don't believe so.
Well, how long after that interview with the police at Baker Square did the issue of your wearing a body wire for a meeting with Erik come up?
Sometime within the next week and a half.
Now, Mr. Cignarelli, when the police first came to talk to you about this situation, it was August 24th, 1989.
That's correct.
And at that time, were you told that you were a suspect?
Yes.
And did you believe that you were a suspect?
Sure. They said everyone was suspect. Everybody was a suspect.
Okay. And they were at your house. Is
That's
that
correct.
right? You had come home and seen a police car outside your house.
Mm-hmm.
And you had driven around for a few minutes before going in.
That's correct.
And you immediately assumed the police car may have had something to do with your friend Erik's dead parents.
That's right.
And you went in the house, and sure enough, there were Beverly Hills police officers wanting to talk to you about Erik Menendez.
That's correct.
And did they bring crime scene photographs with them to your house that night?
Not that I remember.
Do you remember any occasion when the Beverly Hills police brought crime scene photographs to your house?
I think so, yeah.
And did those crime scene photographs include photographs of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez?
I didn't see them.
Well, do you know if they were in the photographs? Were you told they were?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Was someone trying to show them to you? Did you refuse? Is that why you didn't see them?
No. They asked me if I wanted to see them.
Who's they?
I believe it was the time when they came over with a search warrant, and it was detectives. And I think there were some police with them.
Was it detectives? Was it Zoller and Linehan?
Mm-hmm.
Is
Yes,
that yes?
yes.
So we'll get to the search warrant, but there was a time that Zoller and Linehan came with a search warrant and with crime scene photographs.
I don't know if they had the crime scene photographs, but someone there did.
Well, did someone being some police person?
Yes, I guess so. I don't know which one of them it was.
Well, were you told why it was they wanted you to look at the crime scene photographs?
They didn't say they wanted me to look at it. They asked if I would like to see them.
Is there any reason that they gave as to why they were offering to show you
Objection calls for speculation.
crime scene photographs?
Rephrase the question.
Were you told why they were offering you to be shown the crime scene photographs?
They wanted me to realize how serious it was.
Had you done something unserious about the situation, Mr. Cignarelli?
What do you mean?
Well, you said they wanted you to realize how serious the situation was. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Were they
Yes.
angry with you in January? Did you get that impression the police were angry?
Sustained.
Did they act as if they were angry?
Detective Zoller did, yes.
Did he accuse you of anything?
Not that I remember, no.
Did he tell you in January that you were still a suspect?
No, I don't think so.
Did they tell you in November when they asked you to wear the body wire that you were still a suspect?
Not that I remember, no.
And what was their reason that did they give you a reason why they wanted you to wear a body wire?
Yes,
What was the reason?
they asked me to talk to Erik about what happened that night.
They wanted you to wear a body wire and go to a meeting with Erik and see if you could get him to talk about killing his parents. Is that right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yes.
So they wanted you to act as an agent for the police, right?
I guess that's what you call it. I don't know.
But you knew they were asking you to help them get Erik, right?
They were asking me to wear a wire, and if things were said at that conversation which would help them, yes.
Okay, it would help them arrest Erik.
Yes.
And you were willing to help the police to get your best friend arrested, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your testimony that they did not also tell you at that time that if you did not help them, they would consider you a suspect?
I'm sorry, there's a couple negatives in there. Could you repeat
All
that?
right, rephrase the question, please.
Did they tell you in that same conversation that if you did not help them, then they would go on considering you a suspect?
Not that I remember, no.
Did they tell you that if you did not help them, anything bad would happen to you?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay, so there was no downside.
No. The downside was I was doing this to my best friend.
There's no question pending.
All right, have you finished the answer?
That was finished.
Okay, that answer will stand.
I didn't hear it, Your Honor, but I will have it
We'll
read
have the
back.
court reporter read it back.
Well, I can hear it later.
I will have the court reporter read it back so you can hear it.
Answer, the downside was I was doing this to my best friend.
Well, that was the downside for your best friend, wasn't it?
For myself also.
So you go to dinner with Erik wearing this body wire, right?
Yes.
And you bring up the murder of his parents, right?
I don't recall. I believe so, yes.
And he tells you he didn't kill his parents, right?
No, he said I shouldn't have said that.
Well, he says, you know that we didn't kill our parents. You don't remember him saying that to you?
Yeah, I think I do remember that.
You do remember that.
Yeah.
And
Are you now going into this conversation at the restaurant?
I was going to go into just his last words on that tape, Your Honor.
All right.
Unless you want to wait and have a...
Well, my thought was if you're going to go into extensive examination regarding that conversation, we'll take our recess at this point.
Well, I still have a lot more examination, though, so we may as well take our...
All right, we'll take a recess then until 1:30, ladies and gentlemen. Don't discuss this case with anyone. Don't form any opinions about it, and we'll resume at 1:30. And everyone is present. We'll resume with the trial. Jury's in a jury box. You can take the witness standing in, please. And Mr. Cignarelli, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. All right, you may resume your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cignarelli, between September the 1st, the Friday that you say you slept over at Erik's house, and November 29th, which is the dinner at Gladstones, how many times did you see Erik?
I don't know if the meeting at Casey Whalen's house was during that period, then at least once.
Apart from seeing him at Casey Whalen's house, did you see him on any other occasion between those 2 dates?
Not that I can remember.
Now, we've established that you gave an interview at Baker Square Restaurant to the police, and I believe the date is November 17th.
That's correct.
Right? And I think you've told us that you did not arrange at that meeting with the police to wear a body wire in order to have a meeting with Erik. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is it your testimony that you don't recall when between November 17th, that meeting with the police, and November 29th, the night of the dinner, you had contact with the police to set up this body wire dinner.
It was sometime during that week and a half.
Okay. Now, sometime before you actually walked into the restaurant to meet Erik, you met with the police on November 29th.
That's correct.
And they had to outfit you with this recording device that we've referred to as a body wire.
That's correct.
And where did you meet with them?
At the Beverly Hills police station.
And did you go to the Beverly Hills police station from your home?
I believe so, yes.
So you drove from the West Valley to Beverly Hills for them to outfit you.
I believe so, yeah.
What time was it that you went to the police station?
I don't know, evening. No, I'm sorry. They did not outfit me at the police station.
But did you
I
go
didn't
to
say
the
they
police?
outfitted me there. I said I went to the police station. We discussed being outfitted with the wire.
Okay, and was there some discussion, without telling us what it is just yet, was there some discussion about how you were to behave and what you were to talk about during this dinner with Erik?
Not really, no.
And then did you then proceed to Gladstones restaurant
Yes.
from the police station?
No.
Okay, where'd you go first?
Up a hill about 1.5 miles away from the restaurant.
And what was done up the hill?
Am I allowed to tell this? I'm sorry. This is police procedure. I don't know if I'm allowed to tell. Okay.
Well, just
Pardon?
tell us what you did.
Answer the question, sir.
I had a wire put under my shirt and under my arm, and I was given a calculator with a wire in it.
A calculator with a wire in it?
That's
What was
correct.
that for?
That was to place on the table as another one. Another
So-
microphone.
So there were two microphones, two separate listening devices.
That's correct.
And was it your understanding that the police would be listening as the conversation was going on?
Yes.
And did you get to the restaurant before Erik or after?
I believe before.
And were you seated at a table when he arrived?
No.
So you met up with him,
Outside in the parking lot and then walked in.
and after you were led inside, you were taken to a table and you sat down,
That's correct.
and then you put the calculator with the wire in it between the two of you?
On the table, just to my right side between the two of us, yes.
And we'll get back to that in 1 minute. I want to change the subject for a moment. The police came to your house with a search warrant. Do you remember when that was?
No, I don't remember the date.
Was it in January of 1990?
Approximately, yes.
And was that search warrant for some school notebooks?
Yes.
Now, on November 17th, 1989, had you told the police that you had written down what Erik had said to you at his house in a school notebook?
No, what I said was I had begun to worry about it and I had started writing some things down about
Well-
what he told me.
Let me just read this to you. Did you tell the police that you began to worry about having this knowledge and wrote down the information in a school book?
That's correct.
And by the information, didn't you mean the statement that Erik had given you about killing his parents?
That's what I had intended to do. When I told the police, I had started writing these things down.
Well, I just read you
And
wrote.
that's right, but I hadn't finished writing everything. I had started writing it, and I don't want to give the impression that I'd completed writing everything. I was keeping kind of a journalistic recollection of what was said.
Okay, well, did you write down anything of what Erik said he did with respect to killing his parents?
No,
So when you told the police that you had written down that information, that wasn't true, was it?
no. What was true was that I was writing down the information,
Well,
not that I had written it down. I was in the
that you
process
were
of doing
going
it.
to write it down. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
And on the strength of your telling Detective Zoller that you were going to write this information down, he issued a search warrant for school notebooks. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if that's why, but
Well, that's what
He
the
did
warrant
have a
was
search
for.
warrant. That's correct.
And before he issued that search warrant for school notebooks, had he asked you to produce them?
I don't recall.
Now, they served that warrant on your home on January 25th, 1990. And did you turn over to them school notebooks?
Yes.
And did either of those school notebooks that you turned over contain one word of what Erik supposedly told you about killing his parents?
I don't believe so, no.
Were you angry with or upset with the Beverly Hills Police Department for serving that search warrant on your home?
Not for serving the search warrant, no.
But you were angry or upset with them for some other reason?
That's correct.
You were not, however, angry and upset with the Beverly Hills Police Department on the evening of November 29th when you did this body wire thing with Erik. Is that right?
That's correct.
How long were you and Erik at the dinner table that night?
Probably a couple hours.
And I'm correct in stating, am I not, Mr. Cignarelli, that you did not get what you wanted for the police in that conversation? You did not get a confession from Erik. Is that right?
That's correct.
And after the dinner, you and Erik walked outside together,
That's right.
and he left first?
I believe his car was brought first. I don't remember. I mean, it was valeted.
And after you and he were separated, you said something to the police over the body wire, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
You said, well, guys, I guess that didn't help much, huh?
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Redirect examination?
Mr. Cignarelli, you said that at first, when Erik told you that he and his brother had shot their parents, that you did not believe him. Is that correct?
That's right. I wasn't sure if I believed him.
What was your reaction?
I get asked that almost every day.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to these gratuitous remarks and this is the lesson that's stricken. And that is not responsible.
Objection is overruled, but try not to volunteer things. All right, the answer will stand. Re-ask the question, please.
What was your reaction when Erik Menendez took you into that room and explained to you how he and his brother had killed their parents?
Just accept it. I wasn't going to make a big issue out of it because, I mean, if you picture yourself in that situation, you don't, oh my God, or you don't, run out of the room. It just, this was my best friend and he had told me what happened and I don't know. We just kind of kept going on with the conversation and okay, and we didn't really touch on it again after that.
Now, you were asked the question of whether or not you went to the police with this information initially, correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall on November 17th, 1989, that the police came to see you for a second time?
That's right.
And do you recall what you told them on that date?
Well, Your Honor,
What?
Be more specific as to what it is that you're asking.
Do you remember being reluctant initially to say anything to the police?
objection.
Yes.
Your Honor. Objection.
Objection overruled.
I was going to object based on legal.
Objection overruled.
Yeah. Yes, I was worried. I had asked about the witness protection program at the
Objection,
time.
moved to strike. And may we approach?
You may. All right, cross-examination or redirect examination may be continue at this point.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cignarelli, you indicated that you first got the information from Erik Menendez on about September 1st of 1989. And when the police came to see you on November 17th, 1989, what was your state of mind at that time?
I was extremely nervous. That was at the interview at Baker Square, correct?
Yes.
I was nervous, and I had asked about the witness protection program, and I told them that I had some information for them, and they said it would be kept confidential. And I told them what I knew, and that was about it. Just worried.
What were you worried about?
I was telling them that my best friend killed his parents, or told me that he killed his parents, and it was a hard thing to do.
In fact, you didn't initially go to the police with this information.
No.
Police came to you.
That's correct.
Now, after this November 17th, 1989 interview that you had with the Beverly Hills detectives, you were cooperating in the investigation. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
And that you actually wore a body wire on November 29th, 1989, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination regarding some incident in which the Beverly Hills Police Department was a bit upset with you. Can you explain that?
Your Honor, I would object to explaining it if we have no particular.
We have a little more clarification as to what exactly you're referring to.
Yes, you indicated that there was one occasion where the Beverly Hills Police Department detectives came to your house, correct?
That's correct.
And on cross-examination, you said that Detective Zoller was a bit angry with you. Was
That's
that
correct.
fair to say? Why was that?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object. This is like an offer of proof as to whether it's based on hearsay, speculation.
Objection sustained. You can ask a more direct question.
What did you do? Did you do anything in that caused the detectives to perhaps be upset?
Yes.
What did you do?
I sent a fax to the police stating that they
Your
had.
Honor, I'm going to object at this point to the facts. I want to ask to be heard.
All right, you may approach again. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, when we have these conferences at the bench, don't be concerned about what we're talking about. That's exactly what the lawyers want to do. They want to talk. And my job is to listen, and then after I listen, then I do some talking. But when that happens, don't be concerned about what we're saying. It's just part of the process of a trial, and you shouldn't be concerned about the nature of our conversations. All right, you may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cignarelli, did the problem with the police department have anything to do with your mother?
Yes.
Would you explain that to the jury?
Sure. When I had first gotten involved in this investigation, I had specifically requested that my family not be informed about me being involved. I did not want them to know I was part of this investigation or part of any help with the prosecution. And I wanted to protect at least my mother and my brother and keep them completely detached. Just do not want them involved, and to this day I still don't. And the day after I had said that, I didn't want her to know that I was taking time off of school because she'd get upset that this is affecting me. The day after the police or my mom came up to me and said, "Why are you taking time off school and why are you involved in this investigation?" And at that point, I became extremely irritated with the police because I knew they'd just stabbed me in the back.
They had told your mother that you were assisting in the investigation.
That's correct.
And did you express your dismay with Detective Zoller?
Yes.
And did Detective Zoller then respond at how serious this case was?
Not at that time. At another time,
Sometime
yes.
later?
Yes.
So that's your reference on cross-examination to this problem with the police.
That's correct.
When you told the police on November 17th, 1989, that it could happen, it could have happened, what is it that you meant by that? That is, after you explained to the police that Erik Menendez had told you that he and his brother had killed their parents, you added a phrase, "it could have happened."
Well, like I said, I really wasn't sure what to think at that point, and I didn't want to be the one to actually turn in my best friend. So I kind of put that little stipulation on, hoping that, maybe that wouldn't be the turning point in the whole thing. And he never actually said it. I said it, and obviously I shouldn't have. But I just had real big hesitations about being the person to do it, to turn him in.
Drawing your attention to November 29th of 1989 in this taped conversation at Gladstones. Did Erik Menendez ever make any statements referring to what he had told you before? That is, referring to his statement that he and his brother had killed their parents.
Yes,
What did he say about that during that November 29th conversation?
that he shouldn't have joked around about it. And that I should know he was kidding.
So he attempted to tell you that he was joking about his explanation of killing his parents?
Correct.
Did he then tell you to do something with respect to your information as it related to the police investigation?
He said I shouldn't tell them.
Tell them what?
Tell the police what he had told me.
And he told you that on tape?
I believe so, yes.
Did Erik Menendez ever tell you that other people in particular were involved in the killing of his parents in this November 29th conversation?
That was asked and answered on direct.
Let me answer.
What do you mean?
Did he ever mention other people that may have been involved in the killing of his parents?
Yeah, he said that he thought it was mob related, and that somebody from the company may have done it. And I don't remember what else.
Did he ever mention any foreign hitmen?
Then I'm going to object to leading. This question was asked and answered on direct.
All right, I'll permit it overrule.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, he did. He said from Cuba.
Mr. Cignarelli, I'm going to draw your attention to the date of the computer expert being at Mr. Menendez's house and being the date that you took the statement or heard the statement from Erik Menendez. Are you good with dates?
No.
Now, do you recall talking to me about a month ago about this case?
Yes.
You recall me asking you,
Objection hearsay.
Just offer for the truth of what was said.
no, it's just a question that I was asked, so it's not actually a statement.
This question that you asked.
Yes.
Objection overruled.
Thank you. Do you recall me asking you if you had any better idea of when it was that Erik Menendez made these statements to you?
Yes.
And what did you tell me?
I said it was the day that the computer guy came to the house.
Did you further explain that the computer guy had somebody with him?
Yes, I said he had a wife who was pregnant with him.
And was Detective Zoller with me at the
I'm
time?
going to object to this as hearsay foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, Detective Zoller was with us.
Did Detective Zoller ascertain when it was that the computer man with the pregnant wife was there at that location?
Yes.
And is that how you arrived at the particular date?
Yes.
Now, you had indicated that the defendant was your best friend during the time that you had with him in Calabasas, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination whether defendant Erik Menendez was the number one singles player for the school.
That's correct.
Was he for a time?
For a time, yes.
How would you describe him as an athlete?
He's a great athlete. I mean, he was training for a triathlon that he and I were going to run. Just big, strong kid.
He was no wallflower, was he?
No.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor, with a strike.
Overruled. What was your answer?
No.
Now, the tournaments that you went to, competitions around Southern California,
That's correct.
you would compete in those as well?
Yes.
And you would see defendant Erik Menendez there?
Yes.
Would he be with his parents on occasion?
Once in a while.
Would he be by himself on other occasions?
Yes.
Would you always be with your parents?
No.
Were there some tournaments that were local? I mean, close to home?
Yes.
With respect to the first time that you had spoken to the detectives, November 17th, 1989, when you told them the information that Erik Menendez had told you, did you tell the detectives at that point that you were having a hard time with the information that you had?
Yes. I said it was bothering me and worrying me.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
I take it, Mr. Cignarelli, that you're no wallflower either. Is that right?
No.
In fact, you like attention, do you not?
Yes.
You like to be the center at parties. You'd like to be the center of your group of friends. Do you like to be the center of attention at parties and among your friends?
No. Among friends, yes. Not at parties.
Do you like the fact that there's a television camera on you right now?
Absolutely not.
Did you ask the prosecution to ask the judge if you could not be filmed?
No, I asked the prosecution if it was possible to ask the judge if I could not be filmed, and they said that the day before somebody had asked that, and the judge said he will dictate which parts of the testimony are released, but it will be filmed.
That's what, who told you that?
I don't remember, one of the two.
One of the two lawyers, one of the two
Said
prosecutors?
Either Lester or Les Zoller.
Either Mr. Kuriyama or Detective Zola?
Yes.
So you didn't ask them to ask the judge to keep you off the camera?
No, I said, can I ask?
In fact, you got dressed up today to be on camera, didn't you?
No, I got dressed up because, I'm sorry. Can I answer that?
Yeah, objections overruled.
Thank you. I got dressed up because I'm in a courtroom and this is my future.
You were in this courtroom last Friday and you were wearing jeans and a white polo shirt, weren't you?
That's correct, because it was supposedly, from my understanding, an informal hearing.
Now, you said on November 17th, you had reluctance because you didn't want to bring your friend down. Is that right?
That's correct.
On November 29th, though, you wore the body wire. You weren't reluctant anymore. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, during that body wire conversation, just a moment. During that body wire conversation, Erik asked you, I'll strike that. During that conversation, you told Erik that reporters were coming up to Santa Barbara trying to talk to you. Is that right?
That's correct.
And everybody up there was talking about rumors that you were a suspect. Is that right?
I don't recall that.
Did you tell Erik, everybody still wonders about me up there, meaning Santa Barbara?
Yeah, I believe I said that.
And did Erik then ask you, what about the police?
And when I made my statement, I don't believe I was referring to being a suspect.
If you would just answer the question, did Erik, after you said everybody still wonders about me up there, did Erik then say, what about the police?
I guess so, yes.
Did you get a copy, transcript of that body wire conversation?
Yes, but it was a 2-hour conversation and I can't remember every word. I'm sorry.
But you have read it since the prosecution gave it to you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall then, after Erik said, what about the police, you said, I don't know about the police?
Yes.
And did Erik then ask you, talk to them?
Pardon?
Did Erik then ask you?
Counsel, why don't you just tell us the page so that
Oh, I'm sorry,
Mr.
Counsel.
String has difficulty finding what page you're referring to.
B16 of 33, Mr. Kuriyama. I'll wait till he gets there.
Go ahead.
Okay. In other words, did Erik then ask you if you've talked to the police?
Yes, I believe he did ask me that.
And you told him, I have talked to them.
I believe so.
And then he said, what'd you tell them? Remember that?
Yes.
And you said, I still think they think I'm a suspect.
Okay.
And then Erik said, surely you would never have told them anything that I told you.
That's correct.
And is that what you were referring to when Mr. Kuriyama asked you a little while ago, did Erik tell you not to tell the police?
Yes.
So in fact, he didn't tell you not to tell the police. He said, surely you didn't tell the police what I told you.
That's correct.
Now, you got angry with the homicide detectives from the Beverly Hills Police Department who were investigating this case because they told your mother that you were working with them on the case. Is that what you're saying?
No. I
Well,
got upset with them
No,
because
just no is your answer. You had asked them not to let your mother know what you were up to.
that's correct.
And you discovered that they had told your mother not only were you working on the case, but you were missing classes in order to do it.
No. I said I was leaving school.
Leaving school?
Yes.
Well, what does you mean leaving, like taking a leave?
Like
or?
taking a leave of absence from the university. Yes.
So the officers told your mother that you were taking a leave of absence from the university?
I believe so.
Were you taking a leave of
I
absence?
was intending to. Yes.
Okay, and that's what got you upset with them because it got your mother upset with you.
That's correct.
And in response to your being upset with the detectives, you sent them a fax transmission.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I have a document. What's the next number? I would like at some point to substitute this, the original for this, but I understand Detective Zoe doesn't have it for today.
All right, it'll be Exhibit 48.
Mr. Cignarelli, is this a copy of the fax that you sent to the Beverly Hills Police Department homicide detective?
Yes.
And you basically, the message of this fax was you're chiding them and telling them they were not to be trusted, exclamation point.
That's correct.
And you signed this fax in the name of the fictional character that you and Erik had created. Is that right?
That's correct.
You quote in this fax one of the Psalms, I take it. As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil.
That was one of Erik's favorite sayings. Yes.
Yes, it's also part of the Bible. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And betrayal signifies evil, you wrote to the Beverly Hills
That's
Police.
correct.
Does it, Mr. Cignarelli?
I told you I was very upset.
Does betrayal signify evil?
Sometimes, yes.
I have nothing further.
Anything else?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cignarelli, counsel had just read you an excerpt out of the November 29th, 1989 conversation that you had with Erik Menendez. And it stopped after Erik said, surely you would never have told them anything that I told you. Did the conversation continue with Erik saying, like that, because I mean that's, in your response, yeah, that's what I'll tell him. Hi, Erik. Erik killed his parents in a joking tone.
That's
Is
correct.
that what you stated?
Yes.
And that Erik then responded, because I could use this, they don't know who, in an unintelligible, suspect me, they suspect my brother. Did he make those statements to
That's
you?
right.
So he didn't want you to tell the police that he had told you that he had killed his parents, correct?
That's correct.
You have a moment?
Yes.
In that same conversation, Mr. Cignarelli,
Did Erik Menendez tell you anything about having to carry a weapon?
Yes, he said he had to carry a gun.
Why?
He was afraid of the people that supposedly had done this thing, had killed his parents.
And he told you had to carry a gun for that reason?
That's correct.
And does Erik Menendez state on the November 29th interview, there's not much I can do, man. It's page B13 of 33. There's not much I can do, man, but I carry a gun around with me.
That's correct.
So he was telling you that he needed protection from these people that killed his parents?
That's correct.
He had told you already that he had killed his parents along with his brother.
Objection, Your Honor.
Correct?
That's correct.
Correctional rules, the answer is that.
And nevertheless, he continued giving you this information about having to carry a gun and having hitmen from Cuba come to, or they're responsible for your father, for his father's death?
That's correct.
Correctional rule.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Not excused.
No. Thank you. You may step down. You're not excused. It's expected that Mr. Cignarelli will be coming back to testify on other matters later in the trial, but you're excused for the balance of the day. And is the next witness a witness who will be testifying before both juries?
Yes.
All right, then we'll take a recess. Is there any need for a hearing before his testimony?
Can we have a sidebar?
Yeah, just a sidebar.
Okay, then we'll be in recess, ladies and gentlemen, until 2:45. Don't discuss this case with anyone. Don't form any opinions about it unless it's returned. So commence at 2:45. And I'll see counsel.
The audience, please stay seated, please. Audience, stay seated until the jury leaves the room.
And I'll see counsel at the sidebar. No juries are present. Yes.
I was going to frame the issue. Mr. Goodrow is going to need to testify in front of both juries. There are certain matters that we are going to carry on with that have to do with only Lyle Menendez's jury that Ms. Abramson objects to Erik Menendez's jury hearing, and I think there's a conflict of how we're going to do that.
We agree on what those things are. The question is in what order are we going to do this? I had suggested that those things that I do not think are appropriate to be heard by Erik Menendez's jury be held until last. But my co-counsel, this is actually right around on our side, my co-counsels don't want it to be held until last for whatever reason, their reason. And there's no way to do it first, because that wouldn't be good either, so.
Our position, Your Honor, is that if he does his entire direct and his entire cross, and then there are these 3 items which were brought in afterwards that unduly highlights those items.
Well, my guess is that you're probably overly sensitive to whatever it is issue here. I don't know what the specific is, but in the end, my impression is that most of these things don't really matter one way or another as to the order in which they're presented. What is it that is at issue here? What is it specific?
Well, one thing this has to do with Lyle Menendez is having money or not having money at certain times. Another has to do with Lyle telling Donovan that he knew about his father's affair because Lyle said, I could kill my dad for what he did to my mom. And the other is Lyle's grand schemes for making big business deals and the discussion about his purchasing a restaurant. So those 3 things which are not directly nothing to do with.
All right. And you would like them towards the beginning and you would like them towards the end.
She wants it towards the beginning, I think she wants it to go away.
I just would like him to be in with all the other.
I know, usually buried in with everything else.
Very much a pleasant business.
All the other things we're going to say, so that when we cross-examine on everything instead of finishing all that and then having these 3 particular items highlighted.
All right. And what is the people's request?
I'll do whatever the court tells me to do. I don't want to further complicate this.
Well, you don't care then, whichever way.
Whatever way is easiest. I will say this, the three specific things can certainly be couched in other questioning of Mr. Goodrow about the nature of his friendship with Mr. Menendez, with Lyle Menendez, so that I don't think it's going to be three things and then that's it. I think there's going to be some lead up to it.
Well, my suggestion is that we do all of the testimony of Mr. Goodrow except for these items and then cover them at the end. Otherwise, we really would lose the flow here. We have both juries here, and we might as well start with both juries hearing the beginning of this testimony, and then at some point, after everyone has done their examination of Mr. Goodrow on these matters that relate to both defendants, then one jury would be excused and allow Menendez's jury would remain. So a logical way of doing it. So that's how we'll proceed. And let me just get an idea of your schedule here. After Mr. Goodrow, you have Mr. Wankowski and Mr. Stevens, is that right?
Yes, and I doubt we'll get through Mr. Stevens' testimony today.
All right, so then we finish off with him tomorrow. And then you have Amanda Adams and Wesley Gross. Are they before both juries?
Yes.
And then Detective Linehan,
We have a 402 preceding that.
yes. And then you have both juries separately hearing the conversations that occurred on September 17th.
Yes, Your Honor, and that's always flexible since Detective Zoller is already here. One thing we're concerned about is scheduling Dr. Oziel for some 402 issues. And I'm wondering if I can always put Detective Zoller's statements at another time.
All right, so would you prefer to have Dr. Oziel tomorrow afternoon outside the hearing of the jury on evidentiary matters?
Yes.
Would everyone be available and ready to proceed with that tomorrow afternoon?
We wouldn't be available, Your Honor. The prosecution just gave us a motion, a limited motion asking for disclosure of Dr. Oziel's records, and we'd like to come to respond to that in writing. I think it is an important issue, and it will affect how we conduct the cross-examination of Dr. Oziel.
All right, is that material that the prosecution needs and would seek a ruling on prior to Dr. Oziel's testimony, or does that relate to the defense phase of the case?
Now, I filed that in anticipation of the defense phase of the case.
There's another issue though, Your Honor. It's going to take a long time to get through the 402 issues with respect to Dr. Oziel. I'm not sure we can completely or get out and even any of it.
Well, not part of the afternoon, the entire afternoon. Assuming we finish with Adams, Groves, and Stevens in the morning, then all of tomorrow afternoon for Oziel. And then proceed with the testimony the next day. Unless counsel feel that one afternoon is not sufficient to deal with the in limine matters that relate to Dr. Oziel.
That's what I'm saying. The other problem is we have to find a time this week for the 402 I'm spending. I have to bring a witness in from Florida for that and we will take.
Okay, well, let's not waste any more time now because I'd rather get ahead with the testimony of the witnesses who are here and have them before the jury. To respond to Mr. Burt's request that this Dr. Oziel's testimony be delayed, the prosecution is indicating that motion does not relate to his testimony in the people's case in chief, but would only relate to events that would transpire once the defense proceeds, if the defense proceeds along the lines as you've indicated in your opening statements. So would that still necessitate a hearing on that motion prior to his testimony in the people's case in chief?
I think it would, Your Honor, because we will be presenting the evidence consistent with our opening statement, and it seems that the issue is framed now. And if the court, for instance, were to rule that those records were disclosable to the prosecution, that would greatly affect the manner in which we conducted the cross-examination of Dr. Oziel. And likewise, if the court ruled otherwise, it would also affect how we cross-examine Dr. Oziel.
Well, bear in mind that the people didn't have to file this motion now. They can always withdraw it. They don't have to pursue it until after the defense rests. So Whether you want the ruling doesn't necessarily mean
It's two different motions, and I think you guys are talking at complete cross purposes. I think the court's thinking of the 1016 motion, which depends on the defense putting on their case. And I think Mr. Burt's talking about a motion eliminated, they filed on us this morning concerning the accusations by the Board of Psychology and the Attorney General's
I
office.
don't know what you're
I'm
referring
not
to, Mr.
referring
Burke.
to, I'm referring to what the court is referring to, which is a 1016.
Like minds think alike.
Like genders, think about.
Okay, so,
We can always talk about this at the end of the day.
well, either today or even tomorrow morning, but I want to get ahead with the testimony of the witness before both juries. And I agree that we should talk about it more, and the scheduling of Dr. Oziel, and it probably would be helping everybody if we can resolve that this afternoon, so you know what's going to happen tomorrow.
And we also need a very brief 402 on Mr. Stevens before he testifies.
Okay, we'll have time to do that because we'll have to switch juries, excuse one jury and get the other jury into the jury box. So we'll do all that. So at this point, let me take a very short break, and we'll have both juries come in and start up with Mr. Goodrow.
People call Donovan Goodrow to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause of offending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? Please take your stand and state your name for the record.
Donovan Goodrow,
Say your last name, please.
Goodreau.
Mr. Goodrow, sit back and take a deep breath, okay? Back in February of 1989, were you living in Princeton, New Jersey?
Yes, I was.
And in February of that year, did you meet Lyle Menendez?
Yes, I did.
Do you see Lyle Menendez in court today?
Yes, I do.
What color clothing is he wearing today that you can see?
Beige.
Does he have
Beige sweater with a blue collar.
indicating the defendant for the record, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the defendant, Lyle Menendez.
Were you working at the time that you first met Lyle Menendez?
Yes, I was.
And where were you working?
I was working at TGI Fridays in the Princeton Market Fair
And how did you meet Lyle Menendez?
through his girlfriend, Jamie Pizarnik.
Is that Pizarnik?
Yes, excuse me.
Did she also work at TGI Fridays with you?
Yes, she did.
And it was through her that you met Mr. Menendez?
Yes, it is.
And was he a student at Princeton University when you met him?
Yes, he was.
And I take it this TGI Fridays was in the same area that the university was?
Yes, it was at the Princeton Market Fair. It was a short distance from the school.
Were you a student at Princeton University at the time that you met Lyle Menendez?
No, I wasn't.
Were you ever a student at Princeton University?
No, I wasn't.
And when you met Lyle Menendez, did you and he become friends?
Yes, we did.
And after becoming friends, did you in fact become his roommate?
Yes, I did.
And when you were his roommate, where did you live with him?
Gauss Hall on campus.
Okay, is Gauss spelled G-A-U-S-C?
Gauss, I think.
Okay. And that was student housing for Princeton University, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
So even though you were a non-student, you were living in the student housing, is that correct?
Yes.
How long did you actually live in this room at Gauss Hall with Lyle Menendez?
Approximately 2 months.
And at the end of 2 months, did you leave the room?
Yes, I did.
And briefly, under what circumstances did you leave?
It was towards the end of the school year for him. And he was under the assumption that I was a Princeton student. And I think he had found out that I wasn't going to be a matriculating student, becoming a student the next year, and was kind of under the understanding that I was, and it upset him, so he wanted me out of the room.
So did you in fact leave?
Yes, I did.
And when you left the room, did you notice after you left that you left something behind?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, when you left Princeton, where did you go?
I went to New York.
And why did you pick New York?
I have family.
And when you went there, did you take a bus, a plane, a train, a car? How'd you do it?
I had a truck. I just drove.
Sometime while driving to New York, did you discover that something was missing?
Yes, I did. I pulled over on Route 1 because I was assuming that I might be pulled over. And I didn't have my wallet with me. So I looked through all the stuff that we had put in the back upon my moving out, and I didn't find my wallet.
Now, when you say we had put in the back, did someone help you pack your bags and leave?
Yes.
And who was that?
Glenn Stevens, Lyle, Menendez, Hayden.
Okay, is that Hayden Rogers?
Yes.
Was Hayden Rogers a friend of Lyle's at the university?
Yes, he was.
Was Glenn Stevens a friend of Lyle's at the university?
Yes, he was.
And as long as we're going down the list, I believe you indicated you knew Ms. Pizarczyk, Lyle Menendez's girlfriend. Was she a Princeton University student?
No, she wasn't.
Now, I think you indicated you thought you might get pulled over. Was there something wrong with your truck?
Yeah, the registration wasn't complete. I didn't have like the smog stuff done on it. It wasn't complete registration. It was a lot of paperwork, and if had anyone pulled them over, they may have given him a ticket.
Given them a ticket? Or
whoever was driving the truck.
All right. And did you notice your wallet was missing?
Yeah, upon leaving the school, yes, I did.
Did you ever get that wallet back?
No, I didn't.
What was inside of the wallet when you last saw it?
Oh, driver's license, California, social security card, couple pictures, phone numbers, bank card.
Okay, do you remember what kind of bank card you had?
Wells Fargo.
And is that the kind of bank card where you put it in an ATM machine, you punch in a number, and then you get money?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you have any credit cards in there?
No, I didn't.
And the items that you've just identified to us, it was a wallet and the contents. Did you ever get any of those items back?
No, I didn't.
Now, I believe you indicated you had a California driver's license. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And was that the driver's license you were using when you were driving in New Jersey?
Yes, it was.
And at one point prior to living in New Jersey, had you in fact lived in California?
Yes.
Do you remember what city that you lived in?
Several. Cupertino, Sunnyvale, San Jose.
Your Honor, I have here a certified copy from the DMV of a driver's license. I'd like to mark this as people's. I believe we're at 49. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I have here a copy of from the DMV. I also have 2 Xerox copies of the certification and the license itself. May these be the subsets 49 A and B for duplicates?
All right, you can mark them separately.
50 and 51 then?
No, you can mark them 49 and 8, just mark
Okay.
them so that we know what you're referring to.
Okay. Yeah, so please.
Yes.
Oh, actually. Mr. Goodrow, I'm going to show you this exhibit 49. I'd like to ask you if you recognize what is depicted there.
It's my California driver's license.
Was this the one that was inside of your wallet when you left Princeton University? What month was it when you left?
Early May.
Now, on this particular copy, it's kind
We
of.
have an answer to the previous question. You asked something about what's this in your wallet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. This item number 49, which I now have up on the board of both juries, is this a copy of the driver's license that was inside of your wallet when you left it behind at Princeton?
Yes, it is.
Now, on the right side, it's hard to see, but there appears to be a number, a typical California driver's license number. Could you read that number to the jury?
C5374791.
And was that in fact your California driver's license number?
I have no idea.
All right, well, did you ever use your driver's license to cash a check or anything like that?
Did I ever use it to cash a check?
You know, when they ask
Sure.
you,
I'm sure I have, yes.
all right, and they ask you what your license number is?
No, I don't remember. I don't recall ever having to use my license number.
But this particular driver's license 49, is this in fact a true and correct copy of the license that was in your wallet?
Yes, it is.
Now, the address on this driver's license appears to be 10646 Rosewood Road, Apartment A, Cupertino, California, 95014. Was that your address at the time that you got this license?
Yes.
Can you speak up?
Yes, it is.
Okay. After you left the room in approximately, I think it was May of 1989, when was the next time you saw Lyle Menendez?
I never did. No.
Today is the first time since then?
Yes, it is.
Now, sometime in August of 1989, did you become aware of the killings of Jose and Mary Louise Menendez?
Yes, I did.
And sometime after that, were you contacted by the Beverly Hills Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And prior to them contacting you, had you made an attempt through the Beverly Hills Police Department to find out what had happened?
Yes, I did.
And after that, when the police contacted you, did they ask you about your whereabouts on a particular day in August of 1989?
In March of 1990, they asked for my whereabouts on the date of August 18th, 1989.
And were you able in March of 1990 to reconstruct your whereabouts on the day of August the 18th of 1989?
Yes,
Where were you on that day?
I was in New York City working.
And where were you working?
Boxer's Restaurant.
Were you by any chance in San Diego at any time, either 2 days before or 2 days after the 18th of August of 1989?
No.
Okay. Did you buy any shotguns during that period of time? I'm talking about that 5-day period.
No, I didn't.
Your Honor, I have here some records, some work records. I'd like to mark them as people's next in order, which is 50. Actually, what it is an envelope containing 2 pieces of paper, one of which looks like a time card, the other of which is just an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. May the envelope and its contents be marked as 50, please?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Mr. Goodrow, first of all, I'm going to show you what looks like a signature time card. I'd like to ask you, what does this represent?
This is my time card for Boxers, just during the week.
Okay, and at the request of the Beverly Hills Police Department, did you in fact get the time card for the week in question, that is on or about the 18th of August of 1989?
Yes, I did.
In addition, this 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, which appears to be, is this an original?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and it has a number of names on the left of it. It also has the name Donovan. It has Thursday, Friday, Saturday, all the way through Wednesday listed at the top. And it appears on Friday, there are numbers there that say 8/6. Could you indicate for your name on Friday what 8/6 means?
I was working the morning shift, 8 to 6 p.m.
And next to it for Saturday is the word put in a pen, host. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And did you then, in fact, work as the host at the restaurant on Saturday?
Saturday evening, yes, I did.
So that would have been the 19th of August. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then on Sunday, it looks like it says off. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then on Monday, it says 8/6. Would that mean that you were off on Sunday, the 20th, and back at work on the 21st?
Yes.
Your Honor, I also have for Exhibit 50, I have Xeroxes of both of the documents contained therein. I shall mark those also as 50 duplicate.
These are what?
They're Xeroxes of the contents of People's 50, the 2 pages, the time
These-
card and the record.
Okay. These are duplicates then of Exhibit 50.
Yes, they're actually just Xeroxes, Your Honor.
Yes.
In addition to providing records of your whereabouts around the 18th of August of 1989, did you also provide a handwriting sample for use in a handwriting comparison?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I have here an envelope. I'd like to have it and its contents marked as Exhibit 51, please.
Yes.
May I approach, please?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 51, which is an envelope addressed to the Beverly Hills Police Department containing 2 pieces of 8.5 by 11, looks like graph paper. I'd like to ask you if these 2 pieces of paper are familiar to you.
Yes, they are.
Okay, and what is this?
That's my signature.
All right, it's not a reading for your heartbeat or anything, that's your signature?
Yes.
Okay. And lastly, Your Honor, I have here an envelope. I'd like to mark it and its contents, which contain 3 pieces of paper. as Exhibit 52, please, Your Honor.
52.
In addition, I have placed on both boards a blow-up of all of the pieces of paper for Exhibit 52. May these be marked as Exhibit 52?
They'll be marked as 53. They're 53.
Both of them?
Yep.
Thank you. Mr.
And
Goodrow?
what we can do is mark 52, if they're separate documents, they're A, B, and C.
All right, thank you.
And then the same 53, A, B, and C, corresponding documents.
Actually, on 53, there are 4 pages because it's a back and front of 1 page.
Okay.
So I'll start slowly from the beginning.
All right.
Mr. Goodrow, I have here an exhibit which is contained in 52. It is a yellow piece of paper. The original is yellow. We're going to call this 52A for the record. And the reverse side will be 52B. I'd like to ask you if you ever filled out this form or had anything to do with the transaction contained in this form 52A.
No.
Now, you can see there's a signature that appears to be something along the lines of Donovan Goodrow and the date 8/1889. You see that?
Yes.
And for the jury, the first page of 53 corresponds to the testimony that he's giving right now. And for the other jury, that would be the top page, and I'll move the driver's license. Then, Mr. Goodrow, in the middle of the page, you can see his signature and also the date. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you did not, in fact, sign that form at any time, did you, sir?
No, I didn't.
Now, also, while you're looking at the form, can you see that it has type of identification CDL C53744791? Do you
Yes.
see that there?
Yes, I do.
All right, does that correspond to the license, California license number on the license that I just showed you?
Yes, it does.
Rather than you going back and forth, if Mr. Kuriyama could volunteer his services to move some of these pages.
All right. Your Honor, we can skip over the next page and go on. All right, the next page on this exhibit appears about 2/3 down the page to contain a signature under 8/18/89, and the 8 from 18 is written over, and there's a signature Donovan Goodrow. And I'm showing you exhibit, we're going to call 52C, excuse me, 52B. I'd like to ask you, right here, referring to 8/18/89, dealer register number 415, signature Donovan Goodrow, 63 August Street. Did you fill out that form, sir?
No.
And lastly, referring to the last portion of 52, which is 52C. Just below the middle of the page, there's another notation of 8/18/89, dealer 415, signature Donovan Goodrow, 63 August Street. Did you fill that out, sir?
No.
And for this jury, I'll show. Now, 63 August Street, which is listed on these last two forms we've talked about, 52B and C. Do you know what 63 August Street is?
No, I don't.
Did you ever live at 63 August Street?
No.
Now, your last name is spelled Goodreau. Is that correct?
Yes.
We have a moment, please, Your Honor. Now, I think you made reference to the fact that inside of the wallet that you did not have with you when you went to New York was a bank card. Is that correct?
Yes.
After you noticed your bank card missing, did you ever notice any withdrawals on that account using the ATM bank card?
No.
During the period of time that you were living with Lyle Menendez, how would you characterize your relationship with him?
He was my best friend.
And that was for a period of 2 months, is that correct?
Probably 3.5 months, maybe.
At some point during this 3.5 month period, did you go to California with him?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us the circumstances of how that occurred?
He had gone out over spring break. I stayed in Princeton, and the next day he called me up and sent me a ticket to come out and see him.
And did you in fact use that ticket to go see him?
Yes, I did.
Did you pay for that ticket?
No, I didn't.
And did you ever meet the Menendez family while you were in California?
Yes, I did.
For what period of time did you know them?
I met them originally in California, and then when his father came out to Princeton, I met him twice.
Okay, did you meet the father at Princeton before or after?
After.
Okay, so you met the family together in California, and then later on the father at Princeton. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you went to the family home, was Erik Menendez there?
Yes, he was.
Okay, did you have dinner at the family home?
Yes.
And how many days did you spend with the entire family?
In California?
Yes.
1,
How many days did you spend in California total?
maybe 4.
And was it the first night that you were there that the whole family was there?
Yes.
Did you have dinner with the family?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell us what the dinner was like?
It was a lot of pressure. He hadn't seen his father in a while.
Okay, now, are you a little nervous?
Isn't everybody here nervous?
Okay. Okay, take a breath. When you say he hadn't seen his father in a while, who are you referring to?
Referring to Lyle. We had gone out there. I had never met his father. He told me a lot about his father. And going out for dinner, we were kind of talking about some of the things we were going to talk about during dinner.
Okay, when you say you talked about some of the things you were going to talk about during dinner, were you talking about topics or?
Yes.
All right, and during the dinner, what was the atmosphere like?
I was sitting on pins and needles, but Lyle seemed to handle it pretty well.
All right, but you were sitting on pins and needles. Why?
Well, because Lyle was also at the time still under the assumption that I was becoming a Princeton student. And his father turned to me after greeting me and started asking me questions about that.
Now, let's talk about this idea of you being a Princeton student. How did that idea get started?
It started when I got a job at TGI Fridays.
And who mentioned the idea that you were going to Princeton?
To get a job there, I told him I was going to be in the area that I was planning on being a student at school. And then Jamie heard about it, and then Jamie told Lyle, and then just grew and grew and grew.
And pretty soon everyone thought you were going to be graduating from Princeton University.
Yes.
Did you have any intention of graduating from Princeton?
No, I didn't.
Had you ever applied to Princeton?
No, I haven't.
But so the genesis or the beginning of this was that you were trying to get this job?
Yes.
Now, when you had this dinner with the Menendez family on your first night in California, did Mr. Menendez ask you questions about your plans?
Yes, he did, right away.
Did you tell him that you were going to be a Princeton student?
Yes.
Were you convincing?
Not very.
Okay. Were you uncomfortable during the dinner?
Initially, yes, but after a while, he turned to Lyle and they started conversing about school and other things, and the pressure was kind of off at that point.
What about the mother? What was she like?
When
When you had dinner,
she was very quiet.
did you speak to her at all?
Not directly, no.
Did anyone speak to her?
Not directly, no.
What was she doing?
She was sitting there and listening very intently to what was going on, and then as she would try to include herself in part of this conversation. No one really paid much attention to her.
Now, who was present at this dinner? Would you give us all the participants?
Lyle's mother and father, Lyle, myself.
Was Erik at the dinner table?
No, he wasn't.
Do you know where he was?
I'm assuming he was out. I remember seeing him earlier.
All right, so you had seen him earlier in the day?
Yes.
And do you see him in court today?
Yes, I do.
What's he wearing today?
He's wearing a plaid red shirt, blue tie.
referring to the defendant, Erik Menendez, at the council table.
Thank you. Now, after this dinner that you had with the Menendez family, did you spend the night at the Menendez home?
Yes, I did.
And the following day, did you see the parents?
I can't recall if I did in the morning or not.
You don't. Nothing stands out in your mind.
No.
Where did you stay inside of the house?
One of the upstairs bedrooms.
Do you know where Lyle stayed when you spent that first night there?
I'm assuming in the guest house,
Okay.
out in the back.
Right, so there was a guest house on the property,
Yes, there was.
and during the period of time that you were in California, did you ever go and look around the guest house?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Could you tell us what it was like?
It was it looked like its own house out and back. It was a nice little place, the kitchen downstairs. Upstairs was a bedroom and a bathroom. It was very well kept. It was just off the side of the tennis courts.
Okay, so you actually went inside of it.
Yes, I did.
Now, this trip that you went on, was this during spring break?
Yes, it is. Yes,
Okay,
it was.
It wasn't your spring break, but it was everybody else's who was in school, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the day after the dinner, did the parents leave to go someplace?
I was under the assumption that Erik had a tennis tournament in Florida, and I was just Lyle and myself by ourselves over the weekend.
And so you stayed in the Menendez home during the weekend, is that
Yes, I
correct?
did.
And then the next time you saw anyone in the Menendez family would have been the father, is that correct?
Yes.
And did he visit Lyle at Princeton University while you were still Lyle's roommate?
Yes.
So that would have been before you got escorted out of the room?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you were preparing yourself for this dinner, was there any anxiety in Lyle Menendez? In other words, did he give you any tips or give you any clues to what kind of dinner you were going to have?
Yes, he did.
Okay, could you tell us about that, please?
I think either that afternoon or shortly before that, he had told me that his father was very critical of his friends and that he was really hoping that his father would like me.
Now, the summer of 1989, did you have some plans to go and spend the summer in California with the Menendez family?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, ever do that?
No, I didn't.
Were you ever told why you couldn't do that?
Well, when I left the room, it was pretty much, given that I wasn't going to go out for the summer.
And when you say you left the room, what room are you talking about?
The dorm room at Gauss Hall on Princeton,
All right. This is out of context, but where were you born?
California, Glenora.
In Glendora?
Glenora,
Oh, Glenora, California. Okay. And how old are you now, sir?
26.
Okay. May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
You can move back if you want.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you ever give permission to Erik Menendez to use your driver's license?
No.
And then during the period of time that you and Lyle Menendez were roommates, did you ever allow him to use your license?
Yes, I did.
And did you ever use his?
I used his student ID to eat on campus, a social security card just to memorize the numbers.
Okay, was the social security number required in order to get into a place to eat at Princeton University?
Yes, it was.
And so you were allowed to eat there even though you weren't a student, is that correct? Well, you weren't allowed to, you just,
Exactly.
okay, thank you, nothing further.
Cross-examination, who wants to go first? All right, Ms. Lansing.
Good afternoon. Mr. Goodrow, you told us that you first met Lyle Menendez in 1989 in February, is that correct?
Yes.
And you met him through his girlfriend Jamie, is that correct?
Yes.
From the time you met him till the day that you left his dorm room,
Did you see him on a regular basis?
Yes,
How often did you see him?
every day,
Were you with him all day?
pretty much all day.
Were the two of you the closest of the friends of the group of people who were around?
Yes, until the end, shortly before the end, started to change a little.
Okay. And the other two people who were around most frequently were Hayden Rogers and Glenn Stevens at that time?
Yes,
You hesitate?
I'm apprehensive because Greg Guest was also around.
Okay. And you were not going to classes with him, obviously, because you weren't a student. Is that correct?
I still went to a couple classes.
Okay. And
I
what,
sat in on some lectures and stuff.
what other things would you do together?
Everything. I mean, all day long. I was working in the evenings at TGI Fridays, but outside of that, we spent all our time together. We ate together, did everything together.
Did you talk a lot?
Yes, we did.
And did you talk about your families a lot?
Yes, we did.
And did you think that you and Lyle were on the same footing in terms of economics?
No, not at all.
What was the difference?
He came from a wealthy family and I didn't.
Okay. And how did you know he came from a wealthy family?
He told me. Actually, I think Jamie told me first.
Okay. And did you see him spending money?
Yes, I did.
What kinds of things would he buy?
Well, he wasn't extravagant. I mean, he wasn't any more wealthy than any of the other kids
At
school.
Princeton?
Yeah, he didn't have all the money in the world. I mean, he was basically on allowance like most students there. So he was, he spent, accordingly.
Did he have credit cards?
I think he had one credit card, yes.
And could he sign for things at the student store?
Yes, he could.
And what types of things could he buy, or did you see him buy?
At the student store?
At the university store.
Well, we got I think the most expensive would have been a computer, which his father approved of, and clothes and other things.
How much was the computer?
I'm assuming a little over $3,000.
And who was the computer for? Did he use a computer?
Actually, he used a computer, but I think a couple other people came and used it too.
And did you use it?
Yes, I did.
So he could just sign at the university store
for just about anything, and the bill went to his father.
Okay. And you said he bought the computer and he bought clothes?
Clothes, yes.
Now, did he buy like one sweatshirt during the time or
Oh,
more?
no, I mean, a lot of clothes. I mean, sweatshirts and shorts and sweats and all kinds of stuff.
Okay. And did he buy food there? Could you buy food there?
No.
Was there a place you could order pizzas from?
Yes, it was on campus.
Okay. And did he order pizzas and charge them?
I don't recall any, no.
Did other people borrow things that belonged to Lyle?
Yeah, Lyle was pretty lax about that.
Things
His
like
dorm room was always open, except for maybe, every once in a while he would lock the door. And people would come in and borrow shoes. And I remember several occasions where people would come by and borrow a shirt here and there and then return it later, or CDs. Hayden was if we were missing anything, we'd just go over to Hayden's room and find it.
So Lyle's door was open and people helped themselves?
Yeah.
I take it. And he didn't seem to stop that?
No, everyone was under the assumption that it was okay as long as you told him about it. And if he wasn't there, then they returned it. Craig Cignarelli borrowed a pair of shoes one time and he allowed him to bite his head off. There wasn't any problems with that.
Was he generous with his friends?
With his close circle of friends, yes, very generous.
In what ways?
Well, he didn't have a whole lot of money. He had what little allowance he had and whatever, he spent that very quickly. But if he had $10 and we were hungry, we would all eat. So.
And while you were at Princeton, was he helping you out economically while you were living in the dorm room with him?
Well, aside from living in a dorm room, which was the greatest help of all, I'd have to say, I want to say no, but there was a couple times he did help me, yeah.
Okay. And I think you've already mentioned that you would use the card that he had to eat.
Yes.
So I take it that the dorm included
The dorm and
meals.
his school pass for food.
Now, did he talk to you about whether he was happy being at Princeton or not?
Yes, he did.
And what did he tell you about that?
I don't think he enjoyed being there.
Whose idea was Princeton?
Director Paulson, is it?
You understand the question?
It was his father's idea to go to Princeton.
And when he talked to you about his family, did he tell you how he felt about that? The fact that he was going to the school that his father had picked?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Yes. When he talked to you about the fact that he was attending Princeton because his father had picked that school, did he tell you how he felt about it? Was he angry or disappointed, or what was his feeling about that?
I think he was happy to go there. It was a great school, but he was kind of under pressure to do well. And this was all kind of a residual effect from his father.
Did he ever indicate to you that he wanted to go to any other school?
Yes, he did.
Where did he want to go to school?
UCLA, I think, came to mind.
Okay. And when you spent all this time with him and you were talking, would you just stay in the dorm room or would you go places with him?
Oh, well, we traveled everywhere together. We just never stopped talking. I mean, in my truck, in his Volkswagen, everywhere, over dinner.
Did you spend time with him at his Aunt Terry's house?
Yes, several nights.
And would he go over there regularly to visit?
Yeah, it was a very comfortable place to go stop on.
And on the two occasions that you've told us that you saw his father back there, was it at Aunt Terry's or was it somewhere else?
Director Miss takes the other.
Sustained.
I'm sorry. How many times did you see Mr. Menendez back in Princeton?
3. Oh, in Princeton twice.
And where was
At
it?
Aunt Terry's house.
And on those occasions, did you see Lyle and his father interact?
Yes.
What was the nature of the relationship?
It was just a basic father and son relationship. It didn't seem his father was in town on business. He had a lot of things on his mind. Lyle brought the computer over into his Aunt Terry's house to show him. And I think we were learning how to use a computer at the time. We're still adjusting to it. So it was over dinner. It was quite, informal.
Do you remember an incident where he took Lyle down into the basement for an extended talk at Aunt
Yes.
Terry's?
Yes, I did.
How long was that talk?
3 hours.
Did anybody else go down there during that period of time?
I don't know.
Were you there the whole time?
The whole conversation. I can't remember if I was there the whole conversation.
Were you there for a long time?
Yes.
Did anybody go into the basement during the time you were there?
I didn't see anyone go downstairs, no.
And would his father call him on the phone, or would he call his parents in front of you on a regular basis during this time that you knew him?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
How often?
I'd say no more than once a week.
That who would call whom?
Well, Lyle would call home or his father would call. I'd say it goes both ways.
And were you aware of the type of information that his father wanted from him? Did you just call to say, hi, how are you? Or
More like checkup calls.
what do you mean by checkup calls?
How is this going?
Talking about the nature of the calls.
Yeah, overall.
Thank you.
If Lyle had a test coming up or Lyle wasn't doing well in school, he was always kind of just calling to find out how he was getting along and things.
Now, when you knew that you were going to come out to California and meet Mr. Menendez, you told us that you were nervous because you knew that you had represented yourself as a Princeton student and that wasn't true. Is
Yes.
that correct? Why were you particularly nervous about meeting Mr. Menendez under those conditions?
Lyle had told me about a former friend of his named Cole, whose father, I think, liked Cole, but didn't think that he was going to accomplish much and kind of thought that he wouldn't be a very good influence for Lyle.
Did you have the sense that Mr. Menendez picked Lyle's friends and girlfriends?
Maybe not necessarily picked, but had a really strong influence in choosing them.
And did you practice for this dinner table conversation?
Yes, we did.
How did you practice?
Well, he would play the part of his father.
He being Lyle?
Yeah.
And you would be you?
I would be me.
And how often did you practice before this dinner table
I
conversation?
can't recall how long we did it, but it seemed like maybe a little more than an hour.
And when Lyle was playing Mr. Menendez, what was the questioning like?
Oh, just background stuff and, what I want to do, what I want to accomplish for the future and stuff. Nothing more than that.
And after you had this hour practice session to meet Mr. Menendez, was the actual meeting similar to the way the practice session had been?
Yes, it was.
In what ways?
The questions weren't exactly the same, but I felt as equally under pressure with Lyle as I was with his father, having to say the same ridiculous answers over and over again, being false.
Okay. But in trying to recreate what you had experienced with his father, he made it a very intense experience. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And the actual dinner conversation with Mr. Menendez was in fact intense.
Yes, it was.
Mr. Goodrow, can you see from where you are the book that I'm holding up,
Yes,
The Greatest Salesman in the World by Og Mandino?
yes.
Do you recognize this book?
Yes, I do.
How is it you recognize it?
Lyle gave me a copy of that book when I was living with him.
And what did he tell you about this book?
It was just an inspirational author that he had kind of fallen in love with over the years.
Who had directed him to this book?
His father.
And how would his father deal with him with this book?
Oh, I don't know.
Did Lyle seem to be able to quote passages of this book?
Yes, quite readily.
And did you learn to memorize sections of this book also?
Yes, I did.
Is that part of the relationship that you had with Lyle, was that he was training you to a degree the same way his father trained him?
No.
What was the purpose of memorizing sections of the book?
Well, he just liked the author and thought the book was very, just very well. It was a type of book where it kind of told you, broke things down to scriptures, and it wasn't like very religious, but it just kind of said, it was just an inspirational author that he thought I would like and read often. So he actually read me the first couple scriptures.
And could he quote them?
Yes, he could.
And by the end of the relationship, could you quote them?
Within a couple weeks, I could have quoted them.
Did Jose strike you as a very powerful man,
Yes.
an intimidating man?
No, he didn't. I wasn't intimidated by him, but I could see in a business sense he was very intimidating.
Did it seem to be important to Lyle to please him?
Yes, it was.
Did Lyle ever discuss with you the possibility that he was already out of his father's will?
I can't recall. No.
Might have come up?
I think it may have come up. I don't remember.
Did he have a sense that maybe he wasn't doing everything that his father wanted?
Yes.
Did he have a sense that he was disappointing his father?
Yes.
Did he seem to want to do what would make his father happy?
Objection calls for speculation on part of witness.
Objection sustained.
When you were asked to leave the dorm room, who asked you to leave?
Lyle did.
Can you tell me how that happened?
On early May, 7th, 8th, or 9th, I'd woken up. He was gone. He came in to the room, and behind him was Greg Guest, Hayden Rogers, and Glenn Stevens. Lyle told the three of them that he was going to do the talking, and he set me down and told me that he found out that I wasn't going to be a Princeton student, and he felt like he was let down in the friendship, and asked me to leave.
Did he seem sad?
Yes, he did.
And were there other things that were discussed, other things that he had some questions about whether you'd been honest with him or not?
Yes, he did.
And did he question whether you'd been honest with him about your feelings and whether the friendship was genuine?
Yes, he did.
Did he seem to be hurt?
Oh, yes, very much.
Did he receive a call that morning from his parents that you know of?
Objection, calls for speculation on hearsay.
Sustained.
Just whether, not what the conversation was, just whether he'd received a call that morning, Your Honor.
Are you asking whether this witness received a phone call?
No, I'm asking if this witness knows if Lyle had received a call from his parents
Well, we
that
called
morning.
for conclusion on his part unless he was there.
Were you there
I did answer the phone. His father did call.
that morning?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with his father yourself?
He asked where Lyle was, and I said, he's not here right now. Do you want to have him call you back? And he said, no, I'll call back.
Now, when Lyle confronted you about the fact that you had misrepresented yourself in several areas, did he tell you then you had to leave?
Yes.
Was this a very emotional scene?
Oh, yeah, very much so.
Can you tell me how?
It was just tough. There was no preparation time for me to sit there and tell them why or how this had all gotten started. Hayden was very upset, very protective of Lyle and wanted to hurt me. But everyone was holding him back, and I never really got a chance to set the record straight with that. So
Set the record straight in what way?
how things had gotten started, where I was really coming from.
Why you had told the lies?
Yes.
And was that sad for you also?
Oh, yeah. I was really hurt. I had a great friendship with all of them. Under false pretenses, but yet still a great friendship.
And when Lyle told you you had to leave, did he seem more angry or more hurt?
Very hurt.
And how did your possessions end up leaving that room?
I kept most of my things in a milk crate. I had several milk crates like most college students do. And we pulled the truck up to the window.
Who pulled the truck up?
Lyle and Greg Guest went and got the truck, which was parked over by one of the eating clubs where we had left it the night before. Drove it back over. We loaded the stuff and out the window, just right onto the truck.
When you say loaded the stuff out the window, was this done gently and in an organized fashion?
No, it took some time. This whole episode lasted about maybe a little more than an hour. I got up and after he had spoken to me, I took a shower and came back to the room. We started putting stuff together, and there was some conflict over whether I was going to be taking some of his stuff or not. And, we were kind of going through it and separating ownership of things.
Okay, and you were putting things in the truck yourself?
I think I helped a little bit towards the end, but a lot of the moving was done by somebody else. It wasn't me.
Who else was doing it?
Maybe Craig Guest and Hayden. I think we're doing a lot of it. I'm not sure where Lyle was at this time.
Did you see him as you drove off?
Yes, I did.
And how did he look?
That was the last time I remember him. He was standing about 100 yards, a hand in his pocket, head down.
Excuse me, 100 yards.
100 yards away. And I was just about to drive off. And I looked out the side window, and the roads were perpendicular, and I was about to head off. And I looked down the driveway, and I could see him standing there facing me. And I just drove off.
How did he look?
Well, from that distance, he looked upset in the room. But you could see at that moment he was his head was down and his hands were in his pocket. He looked pretty upset.
Upset angry or upset sad?
Probably both.
Did he say anything more to you while he was packing your things up?
No.
When you spent all of this time with Lyle and talked about your past and your future, I take it you covered both?
Yes.
And did you talk about what both of you had in terms of dreams for the future, business plans, family plans, hopes for the future?
Yes.
And did you feel that the two of you had similar dreams?
Yes, we did.
And when you talked about your past, did you feel that you had similarities in your past also?
Yes, we did.
And what kind of similarities did you have in your past?
Very oppressive fathers.
And when he talked about his father's behavior toward him, did he tell you anything specific about what his father did?
Your Honor, I don't object to being hearsay.
Sustain.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of testimony.
Well, counsel, let's not
Okay, I'm
argue it.
sorry.
You want to argue it, you can come up to the side part there.
When you say that it was very oppressive, did he complain about his father?
Yes, he did.
And did he seem to feel that the things his father had done were wrong?
Calls for hearsay and speculation by the witness.
Objection overruled.
Yes.
And did he point to particular things his father had done that seemed to be wrong?
Yes.
And what did he point to?
Objection calls for hearsay.
When you talked about your background, did you talk about areas that you had in common?
Yes.
And was it your impression that Lyle admired his father?
Yes, very much so.
And yet, were there things about him that he did not admire?
Yes.
Okay. Can we approach, Your Honor?
Yes. All right, let's resume. Are you finished at this point,
I have.
subject to further questioning?
I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
And there's no cross-examination by Erik Menendez at this point? Okay. As soon as everybody is settled, you may conduct redirect.
Mr. Goodrow, you spoke about a computer. Do you remember what kind of computer it was? And what I'm talking about, was it an Apple or was it an IBM or IBM clone?
It's an Apple.
Was it a desk computer or was it a portable computer?
It was a personal computer.
By personal computer, you mean?
It was not a portable.
Okay, it wasn't a notebook.
No.
Okay. And you worked on that computer as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever see Lyle Menendez working on the computer?
Yes, I did.
Do you appear to know how to work it?
No.
No? He couldn't work an Apple computer?
No, he couldn't.
Okay. Now, I believe you indicated that you and Lyle were extremely close friends, correct?
Yes.
And that you were very hurt by the fact that you were ejected from his room. Would that be correct?
Not necessarily from the room, but from the relationship, yes.
And you were very hurt, correct?
Yes.
And he was very hurt.
I'm assuming so, yes.
Well, you testified he looked hurt.
He looked hurt.
Okay. After you discovered that his parents were deceased, did he ever make any attempt to get in touch with you?
2 weeks ago, I received a letter.
All right, but aside from the 2 weeks ago, between May of 1989 and 2 weeks ago, did he ever make any attempt to get in touch with you?
No.
And you were very good friends, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, anything further on those matters before we take a break? Okay. What we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is excuse the Erik Menendez jury until tomorrow at 10:30. And we'll continue on a little bit here with the Lyle Menendez jury. So when you come back tomorrow at 10:30, I'd ask that instead of coming in here, that you take the road that the other jury has been traveling and go next door to Department O and use their jury room. Walk into the jury room there, and as soon as we're ready for you, we'll call you into this courtroom, and then you'll take the seats in the center section of the courtroom during the time both juries are present. So at this point, then, I assume you might have some stuff inside the jury room. Some of you, if you do, you can collect that material, and we'll excuse you until 10:30 tomorrow morning. Don't discuss this case with anyone. Don't form any opinions about it. We'll see you back in Department O at 10:30 tomorrow morning. All right, everyone is now present. We have the Lyle Menendez jury in the jury box, and this is where you will be throughout the rest of this week, barring occasions when you're not in the courtroom. And there at this point will be some further examination of the witness that will relate only to the defendant, Lyle Menendez. That's why we've had the other jury leave, and you are here, and we'll hear this questioning at this point. Before I get into that, let me ask all 18 of you whether any of you have seen, read, or heard anything about this case since the trial has begun. No. All right, then let's proceed with the further direct examination of the witness. I'm sorry?
Both defendants will be present.
Well, just to make things move more quickly, yes. But this only relates to the defendant, Lyle Menendez here.
May I have a question from here, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Goodrow indicated.
Maybe, is that mic on so we can hear you?
No, it's not on.
Just, yeah. Thanks.
Mr. Goodrow, I believe you indicated that you and Lyle were very close and that he was very generous. But I think you also indicated in your other testimony that he didn't seem to have a lot of cash. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the student store at Princeton University, could you tell me what kind of items it sold?
It sold generally everything you would need for classrooms, notebooks and books, and they had a bookstore. But upstairs was a clothing store. You could purchase anything with the Princeton logo on it.
All right, so that would be sweatshirts.
Sweatshirts, hats, jackets.
And so the portion of the store that dealt with class items was where the computers came from, is that correct?
Yes.
Did they have dressy clothes like sports coats or suits there?
No, they didn't.
And did they have watches there?
Not that I recall.
Now, I believe you indicated that Lyle Menendez was on you believe that Lyle was on an allowance, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you know how much allowance he had per month?
No.
Do you remember when you came back from spring break in California, having some difficulty getting the car out of the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay, what was the difficulty?
We had both been gone for some time, and we took a red-eye back Monday evening, arrived in Newark Tuesday morning. He had class. His car was parked in long-term parking, and between the two of us, we didn't have enough money to get the car out of parking.
Okay, and how much money did it require, if you remember?
I don't remember, but it was more than we had.
Do you remember how much you had?
We had very little.
Under
Under $10 between the two.
Did you go someplace to get funds at that time?
He called his grandmother, who lived within 10 miles or so.
Okay, do you see the grandmother in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, is she seated in the audience section to your left?
Yes, she is.
And it's the woman in the second row with the polka dot blouse on?
Yes.
And did she in fact give money to Lyle?
Yes, she did.
Do you remember approximately how much?
50?
How long did that $50 last?
Several hours.
That was gone?
Gone by that evening, yeah.
Now, at some point while you were living in the room with Lyle, did he make a comment to you at the end of a telephone call he had with his father about something his father had done to his mother?
Yes.
And after he hung up the phone, what did he tell you?
I think that we had spoke earlier about his father's relationship with another woman. And I think the phone call triggered something, and he turned and said, I could kill my father for what he did to my mom.
So at that point, when he said, I could kill my father for what he did to my mom, did you feel like he was actually going to go out right then and kill him?
I don't know.
Okay. Did the, at that time that he made the statement, did it alarm you?
No.
But when you said for what he did to my mom, what was the context of that? What was your understanding about what the father had done to him?
From my understanding, his father had another relationship and put his mom under a lot of stress, and she attempted suicide.
Now, during the period of time that you and Lyle were friends, did you and he discuss anything to do with what you wanted to do in the future in terms of making money or business or anything in that regard?
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury the kinds of conversations you had with him?
So many. Just a couple.
Well, just, yeah, generally, what was the theme of these conversations?
The theme, the idea that we had was to just raise quick capital and do some investing, whether it be restaurants or businesses or anything. We had many schemes to come out with some instant cash.
Now, at the time that you were living in Princeton, were you familiar with a restaurant called Chuck's Spring Street Cafe?
Yes.
And could you tell me what kind of restaurant it was?
It was a little local college hangout that served really, really hot wings and just sodas and stuff.
Did Lyle ever express any interest in that restaurant to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, what did he tell you about Chuck's Spring Street Cafe?
Well, we were having a lunch one time, and Gus, who I was under the assumption he was the manager.
Okay, let me just interrupt for a second. A man named Gus, G-U-S?
Yes.
Okay, and what did Gus do or say?
Gus came over and he was very friendly with Lyle, and Lyle spoke of his impending trip to California, and that Gus said, "Oh, I can't wait to get out of this cold weather," and Lyle said that he would look for a place out there, and we started talking about maybe franchising Gus. It was a great concept in California. So we had spoken to him about, he wanted to get out of Princeton area, and we wanted to do business, and we had similar goals.
After you left Princeton in the spring of 1989, by the way, how far is it from Princeton to New York City?
It's about an hour drive.
And after you left, did you ever return to Princeton?
Yes, I did.
When and for how long?
It must have been the spring of 1990, after all the reports and the murders came out.
Okay, let me just ask you the next question, okay? Was this before or after he'd been arrested, Lyle had been arrested?
Oh, after.
Okay, thank you, I have nothing further.
Any cross-examination on this?
Yes, Sean.
Mr. Goodrow, in the this store at the university, is this a small shop or is it a big building?
It's a pretty good sized place.
And downstairs, do they have food for sale?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do they have a travel agency?
Yes, they do.
And in terms of the clothing they sell, do they sell shirts like the shirt that Lyle's wearing?
Yeah, they would sell a sweater like that, but it'd have a little Princeton logo on them.
And they sell a shirt like the shirt he's wearing?
Not really like that, no. More like paraphernalia for Princeton campus.
Okay. And what do they sell shoes and?
Gosh, I don't remember if they had shoes or not.
Were you in there very often?
We'd gone there several times, but we always had something in mind. We went there and we never browsed.
Okay. When you would shop in that store, would Lyle use a credit card or sign for it, or would he use cash?
He would use his campus ID and sign for things.
Okay. And did you eat in restaurants with him ever?
Yes, I did.
And would he use cash or would he use credit cards?
His credit card wasn't good, so we always used cash.
So you never saw him use a credit card?
One time we tried to use the credit card.
Okay. But on no other occasions?
No.
And did you pay for your own meals or did he pay for you?
It went back and forth. When I had money, I paid for my own and his, if I had money. And if I didn't, he would take care of it.
Who paid more often?
He did.
So when he got the $50 from his grandmother, I take it he had to use the money to get the car?
We used the money originally for 2 train tickets to get down to Princeton. He had to be in English by 9:30, and we arrived at 6:30. His grandma picked us up a little after 7, and we were trying to get down there in time.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that when he had money, he spent it?
Yes.
And did he buy presents for people, for his girlfriends or whatever? If you know.
No, not that I know.
Okay. And Mrs. Bozanich asked you about the comment about he could kill his dad.
Yes.
Was there anything about that comment that made you think he was going to go out and kill his father?
No, but it showed that he was pretty hurt over what had happened to his mother, but I took it very lightly.
Okay, so is it the same as people who say, oh, I could kill my neighbor for doing this or my teacher for doing that? It's just a comment?
Yes.
And it wasn't actually a threat?
No.
Okay. And did he take you with him to his grandfather's gravesite?
Yes, he did.
One time? Was it cold?
Very cold.
And how long were you there?
3-4 hours.
And was he talking about his family history and the responsibility of being a child of people with this kind of a heritage?
Yes, we just come from his grandmother's house. We drive back to Princeton, and he stopped by there. And at his grandmother's house, we'd gone over all the old photo albums and their history coming from Cuba. And so that was what was on his mind. And we stopped by his grandfather's grave, and he told me how much he missed his grandfather and what a great influence he was on him. And then he spoke of his father.
And the photo albums, whose idea was it for you to go through all the old photo albums?
Lyle's.
And why did he want you to go through the photo albums?
He just wanted me to know the history of the family and where they came from and the type of people they were.
Did he seem to want you to be close and to know a lot about him?
Yes.
Thank you. I've nothing further.
Any further direct?
No, no.
All right. All right, we'll take a recess then at this time, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll resume tomorrow let me ask, is there going to be a need for a hearing in regards to Mr. Stevens before his testimony?
Yes.
How long will that take?
5 minutes.
Okay. All right, we'll have you come back then, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow at 9 o'clock, report to this courtroom. Don't discuss this case with anyone. Don't form any opinions about it. And it's also very important that you not speculate or wonder or be concerned about any of the proceedings that took place involving the other defendant and the other jury. Your decision must be made only on the evidence that's presented to you in regards to the defendant, Lyle Menendez, and the evidence that you hear in this courtroom and the instructions I give you on the law. So we'll be in recess tomorrow until 9 o'clock and report back to this courtroom, and we'll resume at 9 o'clock. And thank you all very much. While we're still in session, I'll permit counsel to make inquiry outside the presence of the jury in regards to the area, Ms. Lansing, that you had discussed at the sidebar.
Mr. Goodrow, did you have a conversation with Lyle Menendez in a Chinese restaurant one evening?
Yes.
And can you tell me what that conversation was?
I think what you're referring to was towards the end of my stay at Princeton. We had dinner at a Chinese food restaurant late at night. School was coming to a close. There was a lot of pressure on him. And we were talking about our plans for the summer and the future. And all the chairs were up and the tables around us, and they were just waiting for us to leave. And we just talked about, he started.
Let me ask a question.
Okay.
Did you reveal something about your own background of a personal nature
Yes, I did.
to Lyle? And did he, in response to that, reveal something to you about his and his brother's background?
No.
Did he ever tell you that he and his brother had been molested by their father?
No, he didn't.
Have you ever told me that?
I can't recall that I have.
Have you ever told anyone else that?
I can't recall that I have.
You don't remember whether you've ever told me or anyone else that Lyle Menendez told you that he and his brother were molested by their father in a Chinese restaurant?
I told him I was molested as a child. He never told me he was.
He never said anything to you of that nature?
No.
And you have never told anybody that he said anything of that nature? Is that true or not true?
It's true that I never told anybody that I said that. I was under the assumption that by his reaction that he had had problems, but it was only an assumption.
And it is your testimony here that you have never told anyone that he told you of this incident with his parents, with his father?
No, never told anybody.
Thank you.
All right, anything else?
Mr. Goodrow, did you ever have an interview with a reporter in this case on tape in which you made that statement?
I interviewed with Bob Rand, was the only reporter I interviewed on tape, so. may have been-
You've interviewed with a number of reporters in this case, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Who have you been interviewed by in this case?
Bob Rand, Ron Sobel, and some gentleman from the US 1 newspaper in Princeton area.
Okay, and is it your testimony that you have never in any of those interviews made this statement?
I can't recall that I have, no.
Don't you think you would remember if you had?
Oh, sure.
So is it your testimony that you haven't?
It's my testimony that I haven't.
Thank you.
All right, anything else?
Judge, on other issues.
Yeah, but as far as this witness is concerned, anything further?
No,
Okay, we'll excuse you today, but I understand they want you back tomorrow until at least the conclusion of the testimony regarding another witness. So you're ordered to remain until excused tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, and you can leave the courtroom now. Great. Okay. And there are some scheduling matters we can discuss and other procedural matters that we can discuss with counsel. And schedule-wise, the next witness for the prosecution is Mr. Stevens or Mr. Winkowski or?
Mr. Winskowski is the next witness. It's a brief matter, I believe. Do you want to bring it in, Mr. Burke?
well, there are several issues in nature of 402 objections.
In regards to Mr. Winkowski? Okay. Yes, if you'd like to do it now, we can.
All right,
I'll get my notes regarding his grand jury testimony.
there are several areas that we are objecting to. The first falls under the general category of spending spree evidence, and as the court knows, we have pending a motion that we made to the court, and the court has reserved ruling as to specifics other than the Rolex watch purchases. Mr. Winkowski will testify to personal knowledge of the purchase of a Porsche, 3 condominiums, clothing, and riding in and pricing limousines. And our objections to the spending spree evidence are those raised in the written points of authority submitted to the court. In addition, Your Honor, as to the testimony about the purchase of the Porsche and the condominiums, Mr. Winkowski testified at the grand jury proceeding that his contact with Lyle Menendez was limited to the period of August 27th to September 4th. And the people's memorandum regarding the financial evidence regarding Lyle Menendez indicates that the Porsche was purchased on September 6th, 1989. One of the condominiums was purchased on September 8th. Second condominium purchase on September 8th, and the third purchase on October 15th, 1989. So an additional objection to the testimony about the car and the condos would be this witness has no personal knowledge of those purchases.
Yeah, go ahead. Is that it on the
That's it on
spending?
the spending spree
Okay.
issue.
The October 15th one, I never said Mr. Winskowski knew anything about. That's the Marina City condo.
All right, you're referring then to the earlier purchases in New Jersey?
Correct.
And does this witness have firsthand knowledge of these?
Went with him to look at these items before they were purchased. Mr. Stevens can say that he was with them when he purchased them. And also we have the documents which counsel stipulating to his business records. Number one. Number two, I know that counsel mentioned in her opening statement that he had purchased these items.
Yes, I was going to mention that as well, that the defense conceded, although it's not evidence, that the defendant made these purchases, including an automobile and restaurant and other things.
I think she mentioned the restaurant. There was no discussion of the automobile or the condos. And if so, we're not disputing that this evidence is going to come in. It's the date of the incidents which is relevant here. And this witness has no personal knowledge of those purchases.
Well, if he has knowledge of the shopping around for them, then he can testify to that.
Well, the objection is to what he testified to the grand jury, which is he has personal knowledge of those purchases.
So the actual consummation of the transactions rather than being present when the shopping occurred.
Correct.
All right. Well, I suppose then the people can question the witness regarding his firsthand knowledge rather than things that he has only heard of from others. But in regards to the admissibility of this evidence in general, do I assume there from your statements that you do not object to the evidence coming in? You just object to the hearsay aspect of it?
Well, other than the objections we made in writing to the court, which relate to relevancy 352 and character evidence objections.
Okay. Well, those have been previously heard, and the court indicated that it would analyze the evidence under section 352 of the evidence code and ascertain from the offer of proof whether the probative value substantially outweighs any prejudicial effect. And again, going back to what we said earlier, the defense in opening statements to the jury did mention these things to the jury, and my recollection is that all of them were mentioned, including the automobile, although perhaps not the brand of automobile. Everything seemed, in my recollection, is that it was all mentioned. Regardless of that, the court has analyzed the presentation made by the prosecution in writing as far as when these events happened, when the purchases were made, the close time proximity to the killing of the parents, and the distribution of the proceeds of the insurance policies, which occurred in early September, and the position of the defense that the killings did not occur and were not motivated by money, but were motivated by other reasons or occurred for other reasons. The court has determined that the probative value of this evidence that the defendant engaged in spending of large sums of money, which is clearly in conflict with the testimony of the witness that we've just heard, Donovan Goodrow, who testified that the defendant was very restricted in the amount and nature of his spending, that this evidence is circumstantial evidence of the defendant's state of mind at the time the killings occurred, and is therefore admissible evidence, and the probative value substantially outweighs any prejudicial effect. And I specifically referred to the purchase of the Porsche, which has been documented in records presented to the court. Those records include the defendant, according to the records, making all sorts of customized selections in regards to that purchase, to personalize that automobile to reflect his personal desires in regards to the specifics of that automobile. The purchase of the condominiums in close time proximity to when the killings occurred, as well as the purchase of the restaurant. Correct me if I'm wrong, that occurred in early 1990, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And was it January or February of 90?
I believe it was January.
January 19th.
Okay. That's very close time proximity to the time of the incident in this case, of August 21st. And the court finds that the probative value of this evidence substantially outweighs any prejudicial effect and would admit it.
Your Honor, the second area has to do with a offer of proof, which the prosecution has just disclosed to us. It's not in the witness's grand jury testimony, to the effect that this witness, who was employed or was employed by private bodyguard service, a salaried employee, as I understand it, at some point in time saw from his boss, Dennis Kelly, a check written by Lyle Menendez, he'll say, and that on the check or on some document that he read, it indicated that the check was bounced or it was a returned check. Our objection to that evidence is it's irrelevant and it's hearsay and should be excluded under Evidence Code Section 352 as well.
Well, does a check exist here in court, or is it just something the witness saw?
Sir, I have a copy of the check. Let me get it. I wasn't
Is this something you intended to offer or not?
I wasn't going to put the actual check in. It's part of the package of handwriting used to make the handwriting comparison. The point of offering the testimony, and I think the defense is going to want to avert, that the bodyguard services were paid for by Live Entertainment, which ultimately was true, but originally that the bodyguard company was paid by Lyle Menendez with a personal check drawn on the account of his parents, and that ultimately then when that check was not good, it ended up, here it is. Ultimately, it ended up that the company made good on it. And I only have the front half of the check and not the back of it.
Does this witness have any firsthand knowledge of this other than seeing a check? He
No,
doesn't.
Your Honor, he does not. He can't say he was presented with the check. All I can say is that he saw a check. It's dated September '89 on the account of J.E. Menendez and K.A. Menendez.
Is there a witness who can indicate or testify that the witness received the check?
No, Your Honor. All that he can say is his boss showed it to him.
No, I mean, do you have the boss? as
No,
a
I don't have
witness?
the boss.
Isn't it hearsay then what this witness would say?
Well, it's circumstantial evidence of the fact that this was in fact presented on a family account versus a business account.
Well, but how it was presented, what was said, and that sort of thing is certainly not
Well,
something this witness would know anything about.
No, and I wasn't going to ask him how it was presented or anything else, because that is hearsay.
Well, but the inference is that if you just showed the check, that it was presented to the investigative agency for the purpose of paying for this particular work, and that's why it was presented, and it was presented by Lyle Menendez. All of those things are really beyond this witness's knowledge and would really be hearsay.
Okay. I take it the court reserves a ruling on that in terms of cross-examination during the defense case.
Certainly, if the defendant, Lyle Menendez, testifies, he can be cross-examined on that issue as to who paid for the investigative services and the bodyguard, why he needed a bodyguard, and that sort of thing, and who was paying for it. That would be relevant area of inquiry.
All right.
Your Honor, the third item is the prosecution has provided me recently with a transcript indicating that on March 5th, 1990, Lyle Menendez called this witness in a conversation that was tape recorded apparently without the consent of Lyle Menendez, the circumstances under which it was tape recorded are unclear, but apparently the witness had some sort of a recording device on his telephone in New Jersey. And the substance of the conversation is to the effect of Lyle Menendez asking this witness whether two detectives were asking about him. And the witness replies that two detectives had been to the witness's place of business and had taken him over to Lyle Menendez's restaurant in Princeton. And that's the extent of the conversation. Our objection is that tape recorded conversation is irrelevant and should be excluded also under 352. It's too time consuming and not probative of any issue that's in dispute.
I mean, that Lyle Menendez called and asked whether the police had been there to speak with the witness is irrelevant. What date was it that this occurred?
March 5th, 1990.
That was before Lyle Menendez was arrested.
Correct, he was arrested on March 7th, 1990.
March the 8th.
March the 8th.
And what is the people's position?
There's people's position that there's a portion, first of all, it's only 3.5 pages, but the people's position that there's a portion in here where Mr. Wenskowski says to Lyle Menendez essentially, well, if you want to know what the police say, why don't you call them? And Lyle quickly says, no, I don't think so. The other reason that we're offering this is that shortly after making this phone call, and I believe it was made from an airplane, or that it was received on an airplane. I know the original phone call before Mr. Wenskowski was from an airplane. After that phone call, at which time Lyle was told that the police had been in New Jersey the previous Friday, Lyle Menendez then took out money and his attorney's card and gave them to Glenn Stevens. So I think that this phone call explains his action. The police had on a previous Friday been snooping around in Princeton. Lyle then goes to Glenn Stevens and gives him money, which Glenn will testify he understood was for the purpose of bail or some sort of legal arrangement, and also the card for his attorney, Mr. Chayla. I think this explains better what prompted him to do that.
We would also have an additional objection if that's the offer of proof that this is an improper comment on Lyle Menendez's exercise of his right to remain silent and his right to counsel, because as the court will recall, Detective Zoller's testimony in the 402 hearings, he testified that at some point he learned from Gerald Chayla, who was representing Lyle Menendez at the time, that any contact should be made through the attorney, and that there was to be no further questioning of the brother. So this would be Lyle Menendez refusing to cooperate with the police is probative and ambiguous in light of the fact that it could merely be his exercising his right to remain silent at that point.
Well, number one, there's no contention by the defense that Mr. Winkowski was operating as a police agent in this phone call. Is that correct? You're not arguing that Mr. Winkowski made the phone call to your client because the police asked him to.
Well, I am unsure of how to answer the court's question because, as I say, we were just provided with this discovery. It seems strange that this witness, after a couple of contacts with the police, would be tape recording these telephone conversations. And I think if the court brings up a good issue, and that's something that I think it's a very good possibility here, is that he was acting at the request of the police.
Well, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just asking because that relates to your argument that somehow it interferes with the defendant's right to remain silent or right to counsel. Although he was not in custody, his right to counsel didn't apply. At least your argument relates to his right to remain silent. And if this was conduct by a police agent, then I suppose we ought to explore that. What is the people's understanding of that?
Well, first of all, I want to clarify, is Mr. Burke saying that he's never seen this transcript before, or isn't aware of the phone call, or?
No, I'm not saying I haven't seen the transcript. I'm saying that we were first provided with notice that this statement was going to be introduced in evidence
Sunday when
she faxed this to us. And as a result of that, we never investigated several possibilities. Number one, was he a police agent? Second of all, we've never checked out whether there was a violation of New Jersey, federal, or California law in tape recording these conversations without Lyle Menendez's permission.
Well, that's a separate issue dealing with whether there was any impropriety in obtaining the recording.
And I guess my overall point is that the substance of this conversation seems irrelevant to any issue that's really before the court. And it would be unduly time consuming to litigate these pretrial issues on some statement that really, in the totality of things here, is not going to make any difference.
Well, does the prosecution have any knowledge as to whether or not it was lawful in New Jersey to tape record?
I could ask Mr. Winkowski because he had previously been a police officer in the state of New Jersey.
Well, regardless what he says.
I'm hoping no, I can check. I'll have to check in the library. But let me just say this. This is the second part of the tape, which the defense does have. The first part is Lyle Menendez calling D.B. Kelly, which was the security service that he employed while in Princeton, asking what had happened the previous Friday and could Mr. Kelly have whoever it was that met with the police give him a call. So he requested the call back. So in terms of this argument about his Fifth or Sixth Amendment rights, he initiated the phone call, and it's my understanding that he called his restaurant previous to that and learned that the police had been there. So then he called D.B. Kelly. He asked for Mr. Winkowski or a man named John Acaro to call him back. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Winkowski called him, and that's the transcript, which is the subject of his motion. Is that correct, Mr. Berg? Is that the correct sequence of events?
That is the correct sequence, but just to clarify to the court, there was never any indication in his conversation with Mr. Kelly that he was going to talk to the police or that was even an issue. That came up when Mr. Winkowski volunteered to Lyle Menendez in this conversation that, gee, if you have any question, why don't you call the police? And Lyle Menendez said something to the effect that that's okay. I don't need to do that. I'll talk to you.
Let me suggest that if the people intend to pursue this, then I would suggest you do research on the subject of whether or not admission of such a statement would deprive the defendant of or be a comment on his Fifth or Sixth Amendment rights or his assertion of those rights. I'm not aware of any such case based upon the facts as you presented here. It's a third-party conversation, not a police conversation with the defendant and his response, similar to other activities that might be attributed to a defendant showing consciousness of guilt as to whether or not, just because the police had focused on him, therefore anything he does and says cannot be commented upon by the prosecution. I'm not aware of any law that deals with that, but if you have any case law, I'd certainly like to see it. All right, anything else?
Two other brief areas. One is the prosecution indicates that she will have Mr. Witkowski testify that Lyle Menendez had knowledge of a $5 million life insurance policy, and that, as the court will recall from the hearings on the financial gain evidence, that's a policy that runs to the company, not to Lyle Menendez. And it was my
Well, didn't it run both as a key man policy to the company and also the heirs to the estate were beneficiaries as well?
No, Your Honor.
Now, can I explain, please?
Yes.
There were two policies at issue. When Mr. Menendez made his financial package with, to be the CEO of Lyle, he was, there was on his behalf a key man policy of $15 million, which would be paid to the company should Mr. Menendez die. In addition, they were going to pay the premium for a $5 million policy, which would, to which Mr. Menendez could name his own beneficiaries. I believe that Ms. Abramson made some comment about it in her opening statement, the court might recall. So there were actually issued two policies. Mr. Menendez took the physical exam for the $15 million policy, and it's my understanding felt that that was sufficient for both policies, but in fact it was not. And so at the time that the estate was starting to be settled, the heirs, the family heirs, I believe, went someplace in order to be advised that the $5 million policy would not be honored because Mr. Menendez had not fulfilled the dictates of that policy by having a physical. Now, it's my understanding from what Mr. Witkowski told me yesterday that Lyle Menendez was of the opinion that there was still some possibility that they would get that money. And Mr. Stevens will testify that when Mr. Stevens and Lyle Menendez and Hayden Rogers flew to California on or about March the 5th, that one of the things Lyle Menendez had told him is that Lyle expected Live Entertainment to settle with the family because they had, in fact, been paid off from the $15 million. And at that time in March, Lyle Menendez still felt that there was some possibility that he would get some of the proceeds from the $5 million, which he anticipated. So that would be our offer of proof. It's not whether or not it actually paid off, but it was their expectation. People's expectations in terms of what they think they're going to get often are not realized, but that doesn't mean that they didn't expect it.
It's our position, Your Honor, that all this information relates to post-crime knowledge. At best, it's post-crime knowledge gained concerning this life insurance policy, and there is no connection that this information was in any way made known to or was made aware to Lyle Menendez prior to the killing, or that there's any connection pre-crime between his statements afterwards and before.
Well, what is the people's position as to whether or not there was any or is any evidence that the defendant knew about it, or reasonably from circumstantial evidence that he knew about it before the killing?
Your Honor, none except from Ms. Abramson's opening statement in which she said that there was some sort of family meeting prior to the demise of the parents, of which there was some knowledge on the part of the defendants that the father had not yet taken the physical.
I think Ms. Lansing said that, if I'm
Well,
not
one of them
mistaken.
said it. I think it was Ms. Abramson. And because of that, and because of the fact that the witnesses are out of state.
Okay, bear in mind that neither Ms. Lansing or Ms. Abramson are witnesses.
No, I know that, Your Honor. No, I know that, Your Honor. I'm well aware of that.
Not
Do
ever.
I have independent evidence? No. I expect that during the course of the trial that evidence may be adduced during the defense. But at this point, I have no evidence to show that prior to the murders that Lyle Menendez either directly or circumstantially expressed knowledge of the existence of this policy.
The existence of a non-existent policy.
Well, are you saying you expect the defense to bring that out, that they did know it before the killings? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, from the opening statement that I heard, yes, I do expect that.
I thought our opening statement said that there was no such policy.
All right.
I sworn that's what it said.
Well, at this point, there hasn't been any showing that the defendants knew about it or would have known about it based upon the circumstances. The court has ruled they did know about the other life insurance policy, or because they lived in the house and they were adults and adult children of people who were doing estate planning and things of that nature were aware of the other policies that was already distributed or was distributed in September. but there has been insufficient showing that the defense had knowledge of this $5 million policy at this point. I've already ruled that the spending evidence comes in, which the spending far exceeds the insurance settlement that was obtained in September. As to how the defendant's expected to pay for that, that's something either further evidence will deal with or can be dealt with by argument of counsel.
All right, Your Honor, then I will perhaps need Mr. Wenskowski or Mr. Stevens to rebuttal.
All right, anything else?
The last item, and I thank the court for its patience, is the evidence regarding the conversation with Lyle Menendez about whether ballistics could be gotten off a shotgun. And as the court knows, we objected in writing to that evidence as probative, if at all, only on the issue of consciousness of guilt. And it's our position, consciousness of guilt proves identity only, and identity is not an issue in this case. So that evidence should be excluded. That's more probative, more prejudicial and probative.
All right, Pete, what you heard?
Yes, Your Honor, I cited, I believe last week, the court points in the 30s to rule the case of People versus Bachi-Galupo, in which the court noted that consciousness of guilt evidence doesn't go only to identity. It also goes to issue of guilt of an offense. And it's our position that if in fact you committed a lawful killing, that you weren't, that consciousness of guilt wouldn't apply. But if you commit an unlawful killing, then you're guilty about it. And I think under Bachi-Galupo, which stands for the proposition that it doesn't just indicate identity, that this evidence is probative. In addition, I think it goes to the fact that no shotgun shells were recovered at the crime scene, as the court made in the testimony. And when Mr. Wenskowski informs Lyle Menendez that you can't get ballistics from it, I think that's probative on the issue of the absence of shotgun shells at the crime scene.
All right, it is all circumstantial evidence of the defendant's state of mind that they, or in regards to this witness, that the defendant, Lyle Menendez, did not report this matter to the police as a shooting in self-defense or as a shooting somehow legally justified or excused, but maintained a posture of, or at least a public posture of someone else had committed the crime. And it certainly reflects on his state of mind, and consciousness of guilt is admissible evidence on that issue. So the objection is overruled. Anything else?
One other issue I wanted to discuss about Mr. Wenskowski, and that is I believe the defense wants to ask Mr. Wenskowski something to impeach Mr. Stevens, having to do with Mr. Stevens said he had some mob meaning the mafia connections. Is that correct, counsel? Is that what you intend to do? And I wanted to object to that before the question is asked.
Wenskowski?
Yeah, Mr. Wenskowski is going to be asked by the defense if Mr. Glenn Stevens, the next witness, told Mr. Wenskowski that he had some mob connections. And I don't think that's relevant to any issue in this case.
I indicated to the prosecution, I don't think at the point in time when Mr. Wenskowski testifies it would be relevant. This is in anticipation of the cross-examination of Glenn Stevens, and my concern was he was an out-of-state witness, and I was inquiring whether she would waive any objection as to the order of proof, but she also indicated that she would now keep Mr. Wenskowski until after Glenn Stevens testified. So with that understanding, I will not ask that question on cross-examination.
All right, so we'll hold off to see what develops in Glenn Stevens' examination. It seems that the testimony in front of Lyle Menendez jury might take a little longer than the time frame we've allocated to 10:30 for the other jury to arrive. As far as the testimony of Dr. Oziel, from what you're telling me now, it doesn't look as though that hearing would even take place tomorrow. We have quite a few witnesses that will testify prior to that. So at this point, probably the hearing wouldn't take place before Wednesday. And if the defense wants to file any briefs on the subject, you can get them to me. if possible, Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday morning.
Judge, we have briefed this issue ad nauseum. Would you like copies of the appellate briefs on this issue?
Well, no, I'd like copies of the briefs that you're filing in this court on that issue.
Judge, that's in progress, but I would ask the court until Wednesday morning. It's difficult since we're in court all day to complete that project, but it could be here by Wednesday during the court session.
Well, then, for me to consider it and for the people to respond, to give everyone adequate time to deal with the issue, which I assume is a substantial issue to all the parties, would require more than you're filing it sometime Wednesday mid-morning and us dealing with it Wednesday as well.
Well, I'd ask the court to keep in mind that they laid these papers on us this morning. So
Yeah,
like we've had a lot of time to produce something and
I agree.
give an adequate time to respond to it as best we can.
I understand that, but you received it at the same time I did.
Maybe we just need to put Dr. Oziel and these hearings over to Thursday, leave other witnesses around so that we can, I mean, it's a very complicated set of issues.
Well, I'll let counsel confer on that subject as to order of witnesses and who is to testify when. I'm not going to interfere with how you want to present your case, but there is that need to digest the material. The people have indicated they don't intend to or don't need to proceed with a ruling on the people's position that the defense, by raising the issue of the state of mind of the defendants, have thereby waived any patient-therapist privilege that otherwise might apply to other sessions between Dr. Oziel and the defendants that the Supreme Court had previously ruled as privileged. That the people's position is that can wait until the defense, when the defense actually does what the people expect them to do.
Well, I would ask the court in anticipation and thinking about this issue to read the Wharton and Clark cases.
So I've read them.
Those are cases where a defendant.
I'm aware of them. I'll look at them again, but if you have specific briefs, I'll certainly look at them as well.
Your Honor, the 1016 motion was only filed in anticipation of the end of our case and something that I wanted to litigate. So given the fact the court did order discovery, and I'm not just asking for Dr. Oziel, I'm asking for any other psychiatric records which are not pursuant to 1017. Okay, and the reason I filed it now is to give people time to respond. The defense seems to think it has to be done before Dr. Oziel testifies. My contention is that we should get that last tape that was the subject of the Supreme Court litigation. And it's our position that because of the nature of the defense, once the psychiatric defense is put on and the state of mind of the defendants becomes that issue, that all of that is waived. But I only filed it in advance so that there wouldn't be any last minute complaints. And I think that we're at least 2 weeks away from that.
Okay. All right. So the people's position is it does not have to be litigated prior to the defense case being presented, and the defense wants it litigated apparently, or at least Mr. Burt did, or expressed that desire earlier today. I don't know. After conferring with co-counsel or thinking about it further, you really want to pursue it now or want to wait, so we can discuss that further tomorrow.
There are other eliminate issues that with respect to Dr. Oziel that we just have to do with.
Yes.
The scope of his testimony. And now we have the defendant guided prosecution with a marked out copy of the transcript.
Okay.
That does set some limits.
All right. What I would suggest is that you folks confer about it and decide in your own mind how long you think that hearing will take realistically, and try to deal with scheduling witnesses to accommodate how long that hearing would take.
Your Honor, I've been told about a day. And so what I would suggest is we do the 402 hearings on Dr. Oziel on Thursday and his testimony Friday. Would that be acceptable?
Well, it's acceptable, but let me say this, just because someone tells you that, that doesn't mean that should be your opinion. So you have the right to exercise judgment as well as to how long the hearing will take.
I have no idea what issues they're going to.
Well, that's why you should talk to them
Here's
and
another
discuss it further.
We still have witnesses to put on the staying and buying, and I still want to pick a time because I want them to wait for that in
Yeah.
Florida.
I'm saying discuss that with the prosecution so that you can try to work out with their schedule. They have witnesses they want to put on, and have to do with when we hold that hearing as well. So work it out as best you
Just
can.
working out. We could do all the 402s on Thursday, and that gives us a chance to get this in here. The 402s
If that works out with you, fine, and then you can give me a revised schedule here as far as how you expect the witnesses to proceed. All right. Anything else now before we recess?
No.
Okay, we'll be in recess. People are represented. Is there some matter that council wants to discuss?
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, there are two people in the courtroom who are witnesses. One is Mr. Paul, I think it's Monet, I don't know, it's Monis, who is on the defense witness list, and he is here today in the audience. I've asked that he be excluded as a potential witness. Secondly, what we're going to do is, the defense attorneys came and borrowed our VCR today. Evidently, Mr. Bob Rand, who is the writer, appeared on Channel 9 News last night, played portions of a tape recording of a conversation he had with Donovan Goodreau for the news.
Your Honor, I just have to interrupt at this point because if this is the topic, my client should be present.
This relates to your client?
Yes, relates to both defendants.
Well, at this point, is this evidence that's going to be elicited today?
We expect so.
Yes,
All
well,
right.
there are several issues involved, so maybe, I don't know what the court wants to do about having Mr. Erik Menendez here or not.
That's fine. We can have him here. I have no objection to that.
Okay.
No, just do that. Marcia, how do you get it back up? I will show you. Thank you. You lift up and you pull one thing.
The record will reflect that both defendants are now in court. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. The court will remember that yesterday afternoon we had a 402 hearing on the issue of what Mr. Goodrow had told. I believe it was Lansing asking questions about what he told her.
Well, the issue was what had Lyle Menendez told
Yeah.
Mr. Goodrow, and that was contrary to some impressions. It was a hearing outside the presence of both juries.
Correct. Last night on Channel 9 News, Mr. Robert Rand, who is a reporter who's been working on this case for, I think, in excess of 2 years, played a portion of an audio tape that had an interview he had with Mr. Goodrow, which is what I think the defense wants to show to the court and to Mr. Goodrow today.
Audio or videotape?
This is going to be a videotape of the newscast, is that correct?
That's correct. On the newscast is the audio tape which Mr. Rand recorded while interviewing Mr. Goodrow, and it is Mr. Goodrow's voice that we hear on the tape.
Mr. Rand is here present in court today, and I prepared a subpoena duces taken as well as a subpoena for his attendance at this hearing in order for him to produce the entire tape, which it's my understanding he divulged to Ms. Lansing sometime before playing it on Channel 9 News last night. It's my understanding that she heard it sometime after November of 1992. Is that correct?
Let me clarify the dates if I can. It's my understanding Mr. Rand interviewed Mr. Goodrow in March of 92. I interviewed him in May of 92. He referred to this incident with me in more general terms. Mr. Rand had played for me that segment of the tape, which dealt with this conversation, which included the material broadcast last night and one line further. That is what he played for me. And that, I think, I'm guessing, but I think that was maybe 6 months ago that he played that tape for me. That part of the tape for me.
So in that regard, Mr. Rand is now a witness in the case, and I have subpoenaed him and subpoenaed this tape of the interview with Mr. Goodrow. It appears that he has waived the shield law as to this tape. I would ask that he be excluded at this point from the hearing, since I will be calling him as a witness. In addition, I believe that Mr. Glenn Stevens, will also need to be a witness at this hearing, because the genesis of the information contained in the interview between Mr. Rand and Mr. Goodrow appears to have been information imparted from Mr. Rand to Mr. Stevens, and Mr. Stevens to Mr. Goodrow, and it appears that Mr. Rand and not Mr. Goodrow is the genesis of this information. So I think this hearing is going to take a little bit of time, but I wanted to frame the issues for the court so the court could understand what we're trying to do.
All right, and your theory is that Mr. Rand was the source of this allegation rather than Goodrow or Stevens.
Correct.
And the purpose of this hearing is to determine whether or not the defense may be permitted to play this tape.
Well, Your Honor, first of all, at this point, Mr. Goodrow's testimony is not admissible because it's hearsay. And I believe there was argument at sidebar yesterday about the fact that there's a charge of fabrication, but until, the court knows, until there's a charge of inconsistency, a prior consistent statement doesn't come in. However, I don't want to play games with the court because Mr. Goodrow is going to be in Europe for the month of August. So he will be unavailable to the defense until after that time.
Is he attending the Sorbonne or what is he doing?
No, actually, he's working in Europe. So, if the court's going to allow this to be presented, it's either going to be presented in September or now. But I think that because of the information I have learned this morning, that none of it should be presented at all because what happened is the genesis of the information was not Lyle Menendez, but was in fact Mr. Rand. So first of all, I ask that Mr. Rand and Mr. Moniz be excluded from the hearing. And then that we should proceed, I guess, with what the defense wants to do is to play the tape for Mr. Goodrow.
Well, what does Moniz have to do with this particular hearing?
Well, Your Honor, he doesn't. It's just that he is a witness in the case, and I'm just making a motion to exclude witnesses.
All right. And is Mr. Moniz a witness in this case?
Your Honor, he would be an expert witness, he's not a recipient.
Expert on what subject?
He's an expert on parasite, he's published a book in that area, and he has extensive experience in that area, and we have not decided for sure not whether we're gonna call him, we put him on the list, but he is not going to testify as a recipient witness. There's been no exclusion order to date.
Well, no request for an exclusion order.
And this case is being broadcast on Court TV. So witnesses who live outside the Los Angeles area, which is certainly the majority of the witnesses, have access to this information.
That's not true. Court television has a limited audience, and it's not been established that any of the witnesses who are testifying in this proceeding have any access to that broadcast. So your statement is incorrect.
Your Honor, some of our witnesses have seen it.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that there's no showing as to who and how many. And I
Establish that, Your Honor.
don't dispute that there are some who have access to it. That doesn't mean that witnesses have a right to be in court during the entirety of the trial. That's a separate issue.
I believe that there's a provision for expert witnesses.
Well, yeah, I have an additional concern regarding witnesses other than the necessity of family members who might potentially be witnesses who would be in the courtroom, and that is the large number of jurors that we have coming and going throughout this courtroom. That was my concern in regards to the television camera in the courtroom, and it's my concern regarding the participants in the audience section of the courtroom as far as their access to or close proximity to the jurors. And when we have witnesses walking in and out throughout the trial, intermingling with the jurors as they walk to and from the courtroom, it's just a tremendous potential for problems developing. Innocently created problems, or just the potential of familiarity with individuals and seeing them on a daily basis. and somehow having a different appraisal of a witness based upon seeing them in the courtroom as spectators. And whether or not something that one juror has been exposed to in regards to a particular witness who does testify might have some impact on that juror's evaluation of that witness. So that's a concern that I have, and it doesn't just relate to a witness being in court and seeing the proceedings and hearing what's being said, but there's the additional aspect of potential problems with the jury. As you know, we have so many jurors here in a very small space that we have to make a lot of effort to prevent problems from occurring and trying to anticipate as many problems that might occur ahead of time so that we can avoid them. And this is one of those areas, whether it's Mr. Moniz or Mr. Rand or others who perhaps did not think they would be witnesses, but now become witnesses. And even if a witness comes in and testifies and then finishes his testimony, the fact that witness has testified and hangs around the courtroom and is seen by the jurors on a daily basis is a potential for further problems.
Your Honor, if I could address the court on this. We have told, there are many witnesses in Los Angeles who have asked if they could attend opening statement and other parts. We kept them all away, partly for the concerns the court has expressed. So there have not been defense witnesses in the courtroom, apart from what the court's commented on already, certain family members. But with respect to Mr. Moniz, if he testifies at all, it would only be in a 402 hearing, never before the jury. So I don't see the particular problem. And he's a lawyer. He knows how to comport himself with other jurors. And this is the only day he's been here since jury selection.
Are you saying that he will never in any manner or means be called as a witness before the jury?
I can't see that happening. I don't know if you can.
We have not excluded that possibility. That is a possibility.
Well, that's why I asked what sort of expert is he, and from what you tell me, it's kind of hard to visualize how his testimony is something a jury would hear.
Maybe only in penalty phase is what I'm understanding, but then that's no different from seeing your investigator in court. I mean, it's no different, for example, than the fact that Detective Zoller gets to sit at the counsel table every day, closest to the jury, and is also a witness, and they see him here all the time.
It's different. There is a different aspect to that.
Well, in any event, this is the only day he's been here, and
Well, is he going to be here? No, well, let me first hear what is the defense position now, Ms. Lansing. Is he going to be a witness before the jury in the guilt phase of the trial?
I don't know that for sure at this time, Your Honor. I think it is unlikely, but I don't want to rule out that possibility.
What possible issue would he testify about?
He has expertise in the area of the effects of abuse on children and the correlation between that and their acting out in a fashion similar to this case.
What sort of expertise does he have other than representing such people?
He has represented people. He has written a book on the topic. He's published several articles. I think he's trained judges in a number of states in this area. He has spoken in a number of conferences, child abuse
Is he a psychiatrist?
No, he's a
Psychologist?
He's a lawyer with expertise in this area, and I think he has educated himself in this area to a great degree. I'm not offering his testimony at this point in time. We're excited if we are, in fact, even really going to use him one. He hasn't been here before. We don't expect he's going to be on a regular basis. He wanted to be here for part of the testimony today.
All right, well, it's hard to visualize that he would ever be a witness in the guilt phase of the trial from what you're saying, and it's hard to visualize he'd even be a witness in the penalty phase from what you're saying. It doesn't seem like he has any special expertise that would be admissible in a trial, but I'd have to hear further from what your presentation so far sounds like. He's just another lawyer who's developed a specialty and has some special knowledge because of that specialty. That doesn't make him an expert in the field. But I'll permit him to stay since he's not a witness in this motion, with the understanding that he has to have no contact, direct or otherwise, with the jurors, obviously. I'm sure he understands that. All right, as far as Mr. Rand is concerned, then he will be excluded during the course of this hearing, and you intend to call him as a witness in this hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, then he will be excluded and wait out in the hallway until he is called.
Your Honor,
Yes.
actually, I'm represented by counsel who is unable to be here this morning because he is in court downtown and would like to postpone my testimony until he is present.
Well, as I understand it from what little has been presented to me here, the source of this whole controversy is your appearance on television last night, Mr. Rand.
That's correct.
And if that is true, then it's difficult to understand why we should be waiting for your attorney and why your attorney isn't here now to represent you. And you'll have to wait outside and then get on the phone and see if you can reach your lawyer. But at this point, I don't see any reason to continue this hearing. And if you're called to testify, we'll have you come in.
Okay.
All right, anything else now before you proceed with this hearing?
No.
Okay, who is your first witness? Yes.
I just have one concern, and that is the prosecution seems to be taking a position that if there is a conflict with respect to the source of information, that somehow that information doesn't get presented at trial. Our position is that's a credibility issue like any other for the jury to resolve.
Well, that's certainly true, but even as to that, when those issues have arisen, the defense has sought 402 hearings, and the court has granted you that opportunity. So that's what the people are asking for.
402 hearings, so long as we understand that that it is for the trier effect ultimately to determine who is truthful and who is not.
Well, that's normally true, but there are always legal objections to admissibility of evidence, and one of those falls under Section 352 of the Evidence Code. And I haven't heard all of the objections yet, and I'm certainly not in a position to rule on it until the objections are made. So at this point, the purpose is just to obtain some information about what transpired. So is it the people who intend to call these witnesses?
I thought that Ms. Lansing was going to call Mr. Goodrow. It doesn't matter who calls the witnesses.
Either one. Our intention was to play the tape. He had indicated yesterday in response to my questions about whether he had this discussion with me and whether he had a more specific discussion with Mr. Rand, was that he didn't remember. And so I was going to play this tape with his voice on it to see if that refreshed his recollection. So I suspect at that point in time, Mrs. Lieutenant is going to want to elicit information from him with regard to the source of that information.
That's correct.
All right, well, is Mr. Goodrow here? Okay.
Your Honor, we were a little concerned about the fact that the jury might be able to hear the TV. I don't know if the court's concerned about that, but I thought I'd raise it. They're not talking very loudly.
Well, one of the problems is that there is sound transference. You can't really distinguish what's being said, but you can certainly hear sound. What we'll do is keep the sound down on the player here so it's not too loud. All right, state your name again for the record, please.
Donovan Goodrow.
Okay, Mr. Goodrow, you're still under oath.
Mr. Goodrow, yesterday afternoon, I think we left off by my asking you whether you remembered having a conversation with a journalist with regard to a dinner you had at a Chinese restaurant with Lyle. Do you remember my asking you those questions?
Yes, I am.
And I believe that your answer yesterday was that you did not recall. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you telling the truth that you did not recall?
Yes, I was.
All right. I would like to show you a tape now to see if that refreshes your recollection.
May this be marked as a court exhibit, please?
And I think there's no need for the reporter to.
Or is it stipulated the court reporter need not take down what's on the tape?
So stipulated.
Well, all right, and this will be marked as Court Exhibit A for this hearing.
May I approach, please?
Sure.
Yes.
Why don't you keep the sound down?
on non-inclusive on this Monday.
Okay, watch play, turn up a little bit so that, turn that tape a little lower.
Was that it?
Check down, don't play it again. That was a teaser, as they say.
Now, David Jackson, Wonder with Carl Bell, and Tom Murray on sports. This is Prime 9 News at 9. Southern California's most honored newscast. Turn down a little bit.
The two best friends of Erik and Lyle Menendez testified today. One gave chilling testimony. The other, we've learned exclusively, may have perjured himself.
First, we hear the testimony of Erik's best friend. The witness described the talk that he and Erik had just 10 days after Erik's parents were murdered. Both Erik Menendez and his brother Lyle are implicated in the conversation that took place.
Erik said he looked in and saw his parents sitting on the couch, and Lyle swung the door open, shot his father, and looked at Erik and said, "Shoot mom," and Erik said he shot his mom and she was standing up and yelling.
The friend says that Menendez told him the story in a very matter-of-fact way. He says that Erik never told him that he had been abused by his parents, a defense that the brothers are using for these killings.
That was Erik's best friend. Lyle's best friend said he never heard of abuse either. Or did he? We've obtained tapes that suggest Lyle's buddy had the inside story. But in testimony today, he somehow forgot all of what he knew.
Also, Prime 9 News has learned exclusively that Donovan Goodrow may have lied on the witness stand and hurt the Menendez defense. Jim Hill joins us now with a very exclusive report. Jim?
David, Donovan Goodrow no sooner gave his key testimony today, and there was word he may have lied on the witness stand. Prime 9 News has obtained an audio tape that could prove Goodrow was not telling the whole truth on the stand. The backbone of the Menendez brothers' case is their claim they killed their parents in self-defense. Erik and Lyle say they were so badly abused by their father, physically, sexually, and emotionally, that they were afraid their parents would kill them just to keep the abuse a secret. So, the boys' defense attorneys say Erik and Lyle shotgunned Jose and Kitty Menendez to death at the family mansion. The story of abuse was apparently supported a year ago by Lyle's former best friend, Donovan Goodrow. Journalist Robert Brand says Goodrow told him in a tape-recorded interview in March of 1992 that Lyle once said his father abused him.
He told me that his father.
Basically, he said that his father had been abusive.
Yeah, him and Erik. And yeah, and we take that. I just, man, you're at this, it's weird.
But in his sworn courtroom testimony today, Goodrow told the story this way when questioned by Lyle's attorney, Jill Lansing.
That he and his brother had been molested by their father.
After hearing that in court and viewing the videotape of it, Rand had this reaction.
Donovan told me that Lyle complained to him the night of that dinner that Jose Menendez was sexually abusing Erik and Lyle.
What does that mean?
It appears that he has perjured himself.
Donovan Goodrow is due back on the witness stand in the morning for more testimony. Now, I should point out the reports of sexual abuse in the family and the boys' self-defense claim only surfaced publicly a few weeks ago. The audio interview you heard, the interview given to journalist Robert Rand, took place more than 1 year ago. David?
Well, Jim, do you think that as a result of this new information that has come out, the tapes that, of course, will be aired exclusively on Prime 9 News tonight, that Goodrow could be recalled?
Mr. Goodrow, now that you've seen that tape, does that refresh your recollection?
No, it doesn't.
So you still have no memory of that conversation with Mr. Rand?
No, I don't.
Are you saying that that conversation never took place?
No, it obviously took place. I just don't remember the conversation.
Do you recognize your voice?
Yes, I do.
That is your voice.
Yes, it is.
And did you interview with Mr. Rand?
Yes, I did.
How many times?
I couldn't say. There was the one time on tape, but then there was probably a couple phone conversations that we had over a period of a year or two.
Do you remember telling me that you used to have lunch with him occasionally?
He would come into the city and offer to buy us lunch.
Who's that?
Bob Rand. Well, people, when he came to the East Coast, he would try to meet with Glenn and myself.
But as to you, so when he would come in and ask to buy you lunch,
Yeah.
did you have lunch with him?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so in addition to the interview on tape, you had lunch with him several times
I wouldn't say several times, maybe twice.
and several phone calls.
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing.
Mr. Goodrow, do you know how many hours of tape interview you gave to Mr. Rand?
I was unaware of it until yesterday when I saw, or someone brought it to my attention, it was several hours. I was,
Do you have an independent recollection right now that,
I'm sorry.
that it was more than an hour's worth of,
Oh, yes.
all right, now, Mr. Goodrow, did Lyle Menendez ever tell you that he had been sexually abused by either of his parents?
No, never.
Now, I believe that you indicated on the stand yesterday that you had been sexually abused, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever divulge that to Lyle Menendez?
Yes, I did.
Okay, could you tell me the context in which it was that you and he had this discussion about your abuse?
It was during that same dinner at the Chinese food restaurant that you just mentioned. And I had told him that I was sexually abused as a child.
All right, now, what prompted you to tell him that?
Well, we were discussing how well we knew each other towards the end of the school year. We had spent a great amount of time together. And he said he knew everything about me, and I told him, no, there's something you don't know. And I thought he should know. And so I told him.
And what did you tell him?
I told him that I was sexually abused as a child.
By whom?
A friend of my father's.
Not by your father, but a friend of your father's?
Yes, that's true.
And when you told him that, were you at this dinner?
Yeah, at the Chinese food restaurant.
And what was his reaction when you told him?
He was very shaken.
And how did he exhibit the fact that he was shaken?
He just sat there motionless, listened very intently. Tears were welling in his eyes.
Did you have any further discussion with him at that time about the abuse that you had sustained?
Outside of that dinner?
No, during the dinner. Did you have any further discussion about this?
No.
Did his reaction, did you know his reaction? In other words, was it peculiar to you or something?
Yeah, it seemed peculiar.
Okay, did you draw a conclusion from your view of Mr. Lyle Menendez's reaction to your news? Do you understand my question?
No.
Okay. What did you think when Lyle Menendez reacted the way he did to what you told him?
I was shocked. He was quite emotional when I told him what had happened.
Did that cause you to question whether something like that might have happened to him?
Oh, sure.
All right. Did he ever tell you at that time that something had happened to him?
No.
If he had told you, would you remember it?
Probably. It was pretty big stuff back then. I would have remembered it.
Okay. Do you remember the abuse that occurred to you?
Oh, yes, very well.
Do you have any further discussions with Lyle Menendez about your abuse after the Chinese restaurant dinner?
No.
Did he ever have any discussions with you about that?
No. None whatsoever.
At some point since the murders and the arrest in this case, did someone give you information that Mr. Menendez had taken baths with his son?
I'm assuming so from hearing the tape, that I must have heard it from somewhere.
Move to strike the answer, Your Honor, speculation.
Did Mr. Rand give you information at the time that he interviewed you?
It was, yeah, we found out. I was kind of isolated on the East Coast. There wasn't very much in the papers or news media. And therefore, he kind of told us, kind of brought us up to date on the, I say us, meaning some of the people who were stranded out there not knowing where this whole thing was going.
I'm going to object to him testifying to anything that took place out of his presence unless these people were there at this conversation.
Well, the objection is sustained, the answer is non-responsive. Ask the question.
Okay. During the time that you personally spoke with Mr. Rand, did Mr. Rand ever give you information about the Menendez murder case?
Yes, he did.
And do you know where you got the information that one or both of the defendants took baths with the father?
Do I know where I got that information?
Yes.
I can't recall. There's only 2 or 3 people who were closely associated with the case who I had contact with, and that would have been.
I'm going to object. He's answered the question. I can't recall.
Have you finished your answer?
No. Bob Rand or Glenn Stevens.
Now, do you remember the entirety of the conversation that you had with Mr. Rand, a portion of which was just played for you on the television?
Do I remember the entire conversation? No, not at all.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time I would ask, I subpoenaed the tape for Mr. Rand. I think the whole tape needs to be played for Mr. Goodrow to put this in context.
Are there any further questions of this?
No, not at this time.
Okay, anything further?
Just briefly, if I may. Mr. Goodrow, did you speak to Mr. Rand within the last 2 weeks?
Yes.
And did he ask you specifically about this particular conversation?
Not that I recall.
Do you remember having a conversation with him in which he asked you what you were going to do about the discussion, about the conversation in the Chinese restaurant?
From what I remember the conversation, we never spoke of what I was going to say.
No. Mr. Goodrow, my question is this. You said you spoke to Mr. Rand within the last 2 weeks. Is that correct?
Yes,
And was that by telephone or in person?
by telephone.
And when you spoke to him by telephone, isn't it true that he asked you if you were going to tell publicly the story about the Chinese restaurant?
No,
You never had any discussion with him about whether you were going to,
not that I recall. I can't remember any.
and this was just 2 weeks ago.
This is just recently, yeah.
The other thing was you said that you got information about this case from Mr. Rand and Mr. Stevens.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're the only two people I had contact with.
And did you ever have any conversations with Mr. Stevens about whether Lyle or Erik were abused by their parents?
No,
So the information couldn't have come from Mr. Stevens, is that correct?
I'm not saying I don't know where the information came from. I obviously said it. I don't know where I heard it.
Okay, well, you've told us the only place you got information about this case with regard to this specific information would have been Mr. Rand or Mr. Stevens. My question of you is, did you ever have any discussions with Glenn Stevens with regard to whether Lyle or Erik was abused by their father as a child?
Yes, I did.
When did you have those conversations with Mr. Stevens?
Over the past couple days.
And did you have any conversations with him prior to that?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you remember having a photograph taken which appeared in Los Angeles Times Magazine of you and Mr. Stevens?
Yes, I did.
And that was several years ago, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And do you remember having any conversations with him on that occasion with regard to whether there was any sexual abuse in this family?
No.
So what you're saying to us now is the information about taking baths could not have come from Mr. Stevens, is that correct?
I'm not saying that at all.
It could have come from Mr. Stevens?
Yes, it could have. I don't remember hearing it or where I heard it from. That's what I'm saying.
But the only places it could have come from, I think you said, were either Mr. Stevens or Mr. Rand?
Quite possibly, yes.
Or from Lyle Menendez?
I don't think he ever mentioned anything about his father abusing him.
That you remember? Or you're not sure?
I'm pretty sure he never did.
Thank you. Mr. Goodrow, the photograph that I've referred to, which appears in Los Angeles Times Magazine of you and Mr. Stevens, that we referred to earlier, you remember that when that photograph was taken?
Not exactly when it was taken, but it was after Lyle's arrest.
And did you go to Princeton because the Los Angeles Times reporters wanted to photograph you there?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you and Mr. Stevens were photographed together, did you have any conversation at that time as to whether Lyle had ever revealed to either of you anything about the abuse in his family, the sexual abuse of either him or Erik?
I can't remember if we did or not.
And when you had this conversation with Mr. Rand just a couple of weeks ago with regard to whether you were going to talk about the conversation at the Chinese restaurant, did you understand my question to mean, did you talk to Mr. Rand about whether you were going to reveal in open court the fact that Lyle had revealed to you that he and his brother were abused by their father, were sexually abused?
I don't remember saying that to him. I don't remember talking about it.
But you might have?
Sure. It was just 2 weeks ago. If I said something, I think I'd remember it, but I can't remember the conversation verbatim, so
But do you remember discussing with him the topic of
No, I
whether
don't.
you would reveal in open court that Lyle had made these disclosures to you regarding himself and his brother?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you remember having the conversation with Mr. Rand at that time, this conversation a few weeks ago, about whether you would be revealing in open court that Lyle had told you that he and his brother were sexually abused? Do you remember having that conversation with Mr. Rand?
No.
Thank you.
All right, anything else?
Yes, Mr. Goodrow, if you recall that Lyle Menendez had said this to you, would you tell the jury?
Oh, in a second.
Would you help Lyle if you could?
I would just tell the truth, whether it hurt him or helped him.
Photograph referred to by the defense attorney where you went to Princeton, was that a posed photograph?
Oh, no, not at all. We were both unaware that it was being taken.
Now, you saw on the monitor just now, Mr. Rand talking about you, and you heard an excerpt of the tape. Did you make assumptions on your own about whether or not Lyle Menendez was being abused?
Yes, I did.
And what were those assumptions based on?
Based on his initial reaction to me telling him about my sexual abuse, and just through living with him and hearing about his problems with his father, just putting the pieces together in my own head.
So you've drawn the conclusion in your own mind, haven't you, that it's possible he was sexually abused?
Yes,
And that is your state of mind, is that correct?
yes.
But if that is in fact your state of mind, do you think you would recall a specific report of sexual abuse to you by Lyle?
Oh, absolutely.
And then-
All right, anything else? Okay, you may step down. You want to call Mr.